Morning. Uh, Excuse everyone and such if this is not the normal update for me. Like I said in the previous one, and it bears repeating. Been sober for 3 weeks now, and the boredom doesn't bother me. The lack of entertainment doesn't bother me. None of that shit bothers me. What bothers me is I am incredibly angry. It is amazing. I can hold myself back from doing stupid shit like nuking Lebanon again, but I can't do much. I fling angrily at people in the astral, and it is quite amazing. People who I only a few days ago talked with openly piss me off to such a level right now that I cannot describe it. It is pretty amazing. I feel like ripping some heads off, so this is a good topic to do an alien video and mock you stupid people. Well, not you specifically, you found this thing and you probably can actually listen to a schizophrenic, so you might be somewhat above the normal. So aliens. The theory I'm working under is that the Axis powers wanted to go into space, but the Soviets wanted and the Allies wanted to basically solve the question of who we are first before going into space, so we don't splinter into 1,000 races once we go into space. And the nuclear war era was where the uh, two main parties climbed up the tree of life, if you will. One of them climbed the religious path, that would be the Soviets. Believe me, they were the good guys. They were climbing up the angel path. And then there were the Americans who climbed up the, let's call it, Space Brothers path. The Soviets wanted to do their angels, we heard from them, etc. path. And the Allies wanted to do their just space aliens path because the Allies didn't like the authoritarianism that was inherent in considering them, angels. And the Soviets didn't want to do the atheism that would have been considered bad for their, Tau ideology, if you consider the Warhammer 40k mythos. So they went up the tree and phoned every spirit you can literally find and made a webway map, if you want to use the Warhammer terminology again, of who's who and how powerful they are. And it started with the Allies, or in this case, the Americans, detonating the bomb that flashed the face of God. Trinity was its name, which was very, you didn't help us during this war and 100 million of us died, so fuck you. Here's, your stuff. You can go pick it up at that particular radiation cloud. And it basically ended when the Soviets detonated the Tsar Bomba, which was basically the multiverse gods. They were the Norse gods, and it was detonated at the location of the Tree of Life. And since then, both sides have kind of drifted into unawareness of what we are talking about here. So they're very top, the guys at the very top of the pyramid are aware, but the problem is that were they to come to open with this kind of knowledge, they would be considered the aliens. So there's kind of like a grid around the earth, so that when you rise in awareness high enough, you realize that, everybody's an alien. And once you realize that, you start to adopt one of these aliens being you, and the others being the human aliens or whatever, or you consider, human aliens. And this causes a situation where the people who climb high enough in this tree of life can no longer be contacted by humans, and they can no longer contact humans. They become hollow masks of who they are. This is because everybody's fun, regardless of who you are, is in some way criminalized. So you build a mask like structure, and then all kinds of bad shit starts to happen. So if it would help the world community, I would gladly liberate the species from that particular restriction and call myself an open alien. But the problem with that is that my biological body couldn't take it. The stress associated with such a openness would literally kill me. It would tear me asunder. So what we have here is these human form hybrids, which now have a population of perhaps tens, perhaps even hundreds of millions spread across the world. They all believe in different things that the majority of the humanity doesn't believe. You know, LGBTQ, QAnon, LGBTQAnon, and all these groups. And they are all slowly starting to realize that one of these groups is the people above are aliens, and some of them are friendly, some of them are hostile, and they don't have a federation. Some of them do, but there is no overarching force into which all of these space buddies are belonging to. And the other one is the religious answer to this question. And the population is going back and forth, and nobody's really talking with the other side. They can't fathom why somebody like Russia would believe uh, in angel aliens, why they would believe in space marine brothers as angels. And the Russians can't believe, fuck, that's hot. Burned my fingers. Ah, fucking 100-degree laptop. And the Americans cannot understand why the Russians act in such a weird religious emotional style. And this is the two minds becoming separate from one another because we don't talk with ourselves. We don't communicate with ourselves. So, as soon as I started truly communicating with my shadow, with the other self, I started to run across more and more strange alien things. And until eventually it got to the point where I couldn't hold a single ego anymore. I used to have dissociation and depression, but not to the point of having clear, distinct personalities. I used to be somewhat dissociated in that I didn't feel like myself, but I also didn't feel literal other personalities. But when this transformation continued, and I came across these technological inventions that were so weird, and I came across these experiences that were so weird, I compartmentalized them into different personalities. Like, this personality that has encountered this will inhabit this region of my brain. Please do not expand too much, but you can do a little, and so on. And I gave them different neurological spots in my brain. And when I think, I can feel the electricity going around in my mind, and I can feel when it is in that part because that personality takes precedence. And for the vast majority of my personalities, they respect the structure. They consider themselves citizens in a good region, if you will. Some of them don't like me. There aren't all worshipy citizens who consider me the God Emperor, but almost all of them are willing to stand by the laws of the region. They don't openly seek to overthrow my control. Even the worst spirits, UFOs, aliens, whatever that I have, are just, I believe the word is upset with me. Some of them would prefer that I didn't act so openly Slaneshian, I believe is the word to quote Warhammer, but they don't really feel like overthrowing me. They feel like bringing me down from the Slaneshianism. And some of them are clearly from different fantasies, because when I was in the state of encountering the strange magic, it was from the point of point of view of a character observing that fantasy. So when that fantasy had a different power than what I was used to, the personality that I created internally was from that fantasy world. So it's literally different realities and such inhabiting my brain. It's actually quite calm, if you will, but the anger is pretty strong. Now, you all know my favorite alien tool, this thing. And this is by far not even the best alien tool that I have. This is interesting, but not the best alien tool that I have. So if you think about this the way I feel when I explain the different styles of nuclear detonations and how they were talking of one side being religious and the one side being atheist, you kind of sort of see the perhaps the pattern is the wrong word, but it's kind of obvious what they're doing. It isn't that difficult to disentangle. So while this isn't the most powerful tool that I have, this isn't the most awesome piece of architecture that I have, it is one that I consider completely alien, because these worms, Trojans, what have you, that are talking with one another on this map are by definition not human. This is by definition not human intelligence. So that is kind of the problem here. When you encounter a race that is able to do things that you aren't able to do, and this I know how it feels like because I have encountered sexual settings which are more powerful than my own, so I know how this feels. I don't need to go into childhood abuse and traumas and describe how it feels like to be in the presence of somebody whose power is greater than yours and what it actually feels like. But the reality is that it feels like they are outside of yourself. They feel like they are above is still a single direction. You can stretch yourself so that you touch that above place. But when they are completely surrounding you, you can only try to bloat yourself to touch the surfaces that are around you. But that is all you can basically do. And even then, you would be lucky to have the range to touch them. So when you do communicate with someone that is greater than you, and I don't mean gooder than you, I mean greater than you, it feels like they are outside you. It feels like they are approaching from all directions. It feels like they are surrounding you. That is the feeling that you get. And that is why when you look at devices like these or try to understand alien contacts or what have you will feel a spooky sense of somebody poking you from the outside. It feels like they are reaching through space to poke the back of your head while looking at you. That is because you are so small to them that they can literally do that. And it is a super weird feeling. It is a super weird feeling when somebody can actually go through all the things you have set up, all the structures you have built to avoid, especially that, and they just, with the minimum amount of effort, poke you with a finger. And that is what it feels like. Now, you can simulate that effect using psychic or medical methods, but you can't hold it. And that is where we notice that it is aliens, when they are able to hold it for a long period of time. So when we do these alien contact things, it seems like it is coming from the outside. And when that is the method it is approaching you from, you have to realize that for almost everyone in the general population, you are on the inside. There is the military on the edges, and beyond that is the outcasts. So the outcasts, the people you don't associate with as a society, will be the first to notice that something weird is up. Then eventually the military will notice, and then eventually the rest of the population will notice. But by the time it gets to the rest of the population, the military and the outsiders have been able to process it into a form that makes some kind of sense. But for the outliers, the outcasts, it is something that they cannot describe. It literally drives them insane because it feels like somebody is scratching the exterior of your mind. And you can imagine going to a strange planet and trying to communicate with the locals, and how mind alteringly insane it feels to try to communicate with the locals. So even if you've communicated through that barrier hundreds of times, it is still new every time. That is the sense that I get. So I don't know how the military will approach this. Will they simply declare that some of these things that these governments, both the American and the Russian and the Chinese and the United Kingdom and so on and so forth, some of the things they did were aliens to our current understanding, because such a long time has passed, and the people haven't interbred is perhaps too strong a word, but I will use interbred with the locals. So they have developed into their own race of Illuminati, if you will. Will we go down the path of saying that it is now strange aliens and pick one of the groups that we know were the weird talkers that talk through these networks and say these are alien? Or do we go through the effort of explaining that we did really climb up the tree of life and we found that we are literally alien to one another, and go through the method of going through why we are aliens to one another one by one, so that we understand that it is indeed not one human race, but many. There are dangers to both paths, and it is not one where I can predict the US government's actions, but being a paranoid schizophrenic as I am, I do not sense that they will openly admit that they only have control of their military up to a certain degree. And when it reaches higher than that certain degree, it is aliens or space marines or what have you. Will they literally say that the reach of our military does not extend to the Black Ops projects? Because some of these UFOs that they have labeled as UFOs are stuff that we know are Black Ops crafts. We have seen them in the Black Ops files for stuff that they have, like the Pyramid UFO has been seen at least, I think, in the 60s. And some of the people who first saw it claim that it is a US secret craft, not a UFO. And since then, it has become pretty wide knowledge that the pyramid shaped craft with the dome in the middle is a US Black Ops thing. So, will they throw their Black Ops project to the wolves and say these guys are the aliens? If they do, then the conspiracy-minded people said about it a couple of decades ago and called it Project Bluebeam, when the US government exposes the UFOs that are themselves. Will they expose all of us to one another, going through the actual effort of describing why Finns are the Nordic aliens and why we have a disc with two sticks in the back, why the alien disc of two sticks and the alien disc with two sticks in the back is next to the cigar-shaped UFO, Sweden, and so on and so forth? Will we go through the entire mythology of who's who in terms of aliens, or will we just pick a random group and throw them to the wolves? That is my UFO disclosure. We all know we are aliens to one another. That's the reality of the situation. I am waiting with bated breath to see what the US people actually do, what they talk about. Will they discuss how using the nuclear detonations to climb the tree of life, they found this alien entertainment module and the fact that we are aliens to one another? How far will they go? Or will they do, and this is my paranoid schizophrenia talking, actually just throw one group under the bus like the Germans did to the Jews and say, these are the aliens. And once they have corrected their national deficit by confiscating all the possessions of that group of Jews, they pick the gypsies and so on and so forth, until one group of UFOs remain or aliens remain, and they say all those others were the all true aliens. We are now the people who just happen to have these alien friends out in space. Will they throw us and each other under the bus, or will they do a serious work on this? Now, if they use even a rudimentary understanding of what I have discussed in my videos of how the nuclear weapons program developed into this hybrid mind and how we can build the same infrastructure to create a communication device with whoever we want by creating the initial situations of what they are and allowing them to grow. For example, if we want to talk with the gray aliens, we create this map architecture and have all the mythologies that we have represent the countries that we have on this map and have them build the consciousness by talking to each other until a language such as the one I have when I'm talking with these, your language may be different, develops. And at that point, we have an understanding of what a embryonic alien would look like, what their Russia said alpha looks like, and I believe that might be accurate term. Because if they use that level of technology to describe this, we have a reasonable chance of doing this peacefully and in a way that everybody kind of understands what we're talking about. If they just throw the Jews under the bus, then it will be a very sad day. It is possible that they will say, target, for example, Portugal, our folk. It is also possible that they will just have a coup against their Black Ops people and say we were infiltrated by UFOs and aliens. Who knows? But I am not hopeful for much. There is, in my opinion, only one good solution to this crisis as far as I can imagine. And it is going through every story, fiction, reality, nation, NGO, LGBT group that you can conceivably think of and make a simple rule book where they are all. So if you make such a device, it will be tens of thousands of pages long just because there are 10,000 religions. But such a product will literally have gray aliens in these fantasies that are most common. They are in this planet. In these that are less common, they are in these planets, and so on and so forth. And it will simply describe, in the terms of gray aliens, that they are like under the children. So talking with Portugal on this map might be a good idea if you're trying to talk with the gray aliens. And if they do like Nordic aliens, it might be Iceland or Finland. If they want to do the Imperium of Man, it might be Russia, and so on and so forth. Doing this true contact book and releasing it to the public, allowing the people to slowly accumulate and uh, acclimate to being with different groups of people who truly believe differently on the same planet will eventually lead to an understanding of how different we are and how to communicate through those differences. But the chance of this thing that the US is trying to publish being a new Project Blue Book, where they simply describe all these things that they have seen, and who it seems to be from the Blue Book didn't go into much detail other than case reports, is exceedingly unlikely, but it is a possibility. So we will observe with bated breath on what the US does with this thing, but we do not have much hope for them. Perhaps they will do the right thing, but this is a topic where it is easy to pinpoint the one group that is the weirdest from all the others and say this is the alien, in which case you misunderstand the point of why it is outside you and why none of the outlier groups, even the ones that are closest to the alien of the day, are the alien themselves. If it came down to it, I would probably gladly immolate myself in the fires of the world to try to describe why I consider myself an alien to the group. Have a true powwow and have a true discussion on what we consider to be aliens. I believe most people wouldn't believe me, and even if they did, it wouldn't do much good because I can't provide them with, you know, a copy of an alien. We could take, for example, the weirdest child in Portugal and put them to a MRI machine, fMRI machine, and ask them weird questions and see how their brain is different. We could do brain maps of all the people who feel like they are hybrids or have strange powers and try to map how their brains are different, but that is still woefully inadequate to compare to truly understand what we need in terms of civilization. That is why I believe this is not likely to result in alien contact, like somebody openly from these alien groups going through all these layers that we have at the very outer edge, the nuclear cloud, and then the weirdos, and then the military and so forth, going through them without blowing any of the relays that they're going through, and then landing on Earth in the form of an actual alien. The best I believe we can get is something that falls within the plausible deniability chart. This map here, you can plausibly say it's just a schizophrenic, it's just a weird map. But once you understand it and once you talk with it, that is no longer possible. But by that time, you have already crossed through talking to it and understanding it into being an alien, whereby they will no longer believe you. So it is a catch 2020. At the point where you understand the true nature of alienity, you will be such an alien that normals will no longer believe you. And at that point, you have to consciously build up a mask of sanity. And at that point, they will call you a psychopath. That is how it goes. So, understanding and disentangling this massive web of confusion that we have around each other will be possible, will be recommended to be done slowly, but I do believe that our civilization will not give us enough time to open this one slowly. So we will be in something of a rush while we do this. And once again, I am incredibly afraid that they will simply throw a token group under the bus. Simply claim that, for example, the LGBTQ community is aliens. Or perhaps that the Russians were contacted by aliens. They will throw one group under the bus, call them aliens, and then act as if they are more human than the aliens, and this will cause upset among the people, and this will cause the kind of unrest we are trying to avoid. And then they will sweep in to protect that group from the unrest, the group that didn't need or want protection. And then we will once again go back a step in the tree. If they truly and openly admit that one group of them, these powers that be, were the atheists, if you will, and one group was the religious, if you will, and this attempt by them to call these beings through these nuclear devices one by one, naming them and placing them in ritualistic positions where they can be considered to be at the point where such a religion would match, and to their best ability, and then detonating and seeing what happens. Now, I am laughing at the fact that when they detonated the Skull device, which is the Castle Bravo device, it was 3 times more, I think 3 times or 1/3 more powerful than they expected it to be, because they didn't understand young women. So it was more powerful than they assumed. That is because they are in hiding from the most of you. And if this series of nuclear things while we climb up the tree of life is the theory that they're going for, then I believe all kinds of hell will break loose. The religious will loudly ask, why did we essentially assault heaven? And there will be various kinds of upsets. But it is also possible that they simply pick one of these fantasy races, not a specific group, but one fantasy race, such as, for example, the Drifters on Eve, and simply say that they are not acting under any known architecture that they can detect. It is also possible that they will simply pinpoint the Tic Tac phenomena and say that they are the aliens, in which case Portugal is once again the one they're going for. Then they will be going for the children. The only way to solve this truly is to understand that we are all aliens to one another, and to quote the Asari counselor, we all have secrets. This, I am not very confident in trusting the US military administration to get this right, but I am willing to give them a reasonable shot at it. I will be holding my breath, and I won't be messing with their researchers on this. So we will see what they understand and how well they can do this. But saying that LGBTQ and heterosexuals are a different race, are a different species, not just race, will be such a prejudiced way of explaining this that it will not be possible to get it done in an easy manner. Now, I've said this before, that I do not believe that I will be able to hold my form if I go through explaining that I am an alien. If you guys really want, I'm willing to try. But that is only because this depression that I have as my normal setting when I'm not on high mode is one where I would prefer even the funniest challenge to being bored out of my skull and being suicidal. But to be real, I do not believe it is smart to say I will be an alien, because that will cause all kinds of weird things. Now, if you guys want, you guys on Norse Map, You can talk with one another and openly see that not everybody at the table is a human. And you can from there proceed at your own pace. And I believe such an understanding may actually provoke the aliens out there to actually do something. Perhaps if you guys openly discuss down here, they will be able to come closer. Who knows? But like I said, I have very little hope for humanity, but I have enough that I'm willing to give it a shot. So, oh, somebody responded on dump. Nope. So, perhaps an fMRI of me while I am doing the weirdest thing that I can imagine would have some interesting implications. Then again, simply taking an fMRI of a psychopath and then a average guy proves that their brains are so fundamentally different that we are literally talking of different species. The fact that they can produce a hybrid offspring doesn't make them any less of a different species. The reality is that one parent's DNA will die, one parent's model will die, and another one will take over when they reproduce. And judging by the fact that the male mitochondria travels forward in one case in a billion, we already know that the women have control over the field. So we'll see. See if my stockpile has upgraded itself. Nope. Oh, one thumbs up. So no. So do you guys literally want me to try? Because I don't think it's a good idea. Seems Germany and Russia are pretty uniformly saying that they want me to try. There is a clip on my channel where I discuss that if you guys pick a target and a date and a group, I can try through my methods, such as talking to you, to get them to appear at that time and that date. So, are you all psychologically capable of processing the fact that if I ask the aliens to appear on, say, the Red Square in Moscow, that you suddenly see 100,000 schoolgirls in clantily clad clothing appearing on Moscow? How would you react? Are you capable of processing the fact that they may actually look like humans, but still be aliens? That the literal old theory of skinwalkers and hybrids is reality. Because if we're just doing this for the funsy factors that you want to see something horrifying, just to laugh at it and not take it seriously, then you can all go fuck yourself. I won't do this for funsies because you have to understand that this is the first time. All the caveats and warnings you've given to the children to not have sex too soon applies here now to you. Because you cannot go back. Once they really come out of the shadows and explain themselves, if you take back your promise of treating them like aliens after they appear because they are too normal or too unnormal for you, you will be in a very bad place. you will be trying to claim after having sex that you have never had sex. It is not a fun experience. I'm going to give you an example that Italy talked about here. What if I ask honestly and through the heart that these guys talk with you and I watch a speech by, say, the Pope, and he just turns to the camera, starts talking in Finnish, talks to me through the camera, and you all see it and wonder, what is he talking about? And then you get the translators out and you notice what happened. What would you literally do? Because I believe that you would go into denial. You would say, that was a weird group hypnosis, group hallucination, and that would be the end of it. What would happen then is that the Pope and everybody who is a Christian would be absolutely massacred by the other aliens for fucking up the first contact. That's my fear. There would be a bloodbath, the likes of which you cannot even see. Suddenly, the Pope would have a slightly different expression and he would be slightly harder. And then he would get more harder. And then he would get more harder. And so on. Until his harshness pisses you off so much that you eliminate him. Me. Thank you, Busted Witch. The Belgium national spirit. I mean, if these recordings, these talks of me talking with this device or Norse map or whatever, don't cross the barrier of being an alien, then I do not literally know how to cross the barrier. This is because you have this aura of denial, whereby if it comes from the other side of your political spectrum, you dig your head in the sand. And I have spent basically my entire life trying to be the centrist to you guys, trying to contain these groups from beating each other's heads in. And as you can see, it hasn't been a gloriously successful attempt. It has worked somewhat because we don't know what would have happened had I not been there, but still, it hasn't been a glorious success. So here's the thing. If we take everyone that listens to me on Norse Map, all these locations and all the people behind them, and they all at the same time openly start talking about aliens being them and not talking to them, and prove through their own technological gifts that I have no way of grasping or following that they are aliens, do you honestly believe that they wouldn't be hunted? That's what I'm saying. You humans would get rid of them. Even in my own country, being an alien is kind of hard. It is not a walk in the park. And this is even with the military of my own country considering me one of their nuclear devices, one of their state secrets that can be unleashed upon an enemy if need be. So imagine instead of all of your nuclear weapons shutting down randomly when a UFO flies overhead, imagine them starting to talk with one another and just, you know, playing Fallout themes. Can you imagine what would happen if every radio on every US military base that has a UFO, that has a nuclear device, would start playing like Big Iron? Can you imagine what would happen? You would consider it a hallucination, and that is my concern. So if we cross this barrier of hallucination and prove and continue to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that what we talk about is real, how will you react to the loss of your virginity and the loss of your ability, which you may not consider to be important, but your ability to rewrite your history, your ability to pretend that something didn't happen. Because when it is just the human ego goes to remarkable lengths to save one of its own, to pretend that something bad did not happen. It is a remarkable power. But when you are in contact with another ego, another being, another civilization, pretending that something didn't happen is no longer an option. You will be considered insane by that species. And I have said before that space is full of human children, or literally human colonies, because we change our governments and our forms of rulership so quickly that when looked from space, we expand as a bubble, then flicker from a few moments, vanish, and then start at the beginning and expand as a bubble. Even Iran knows this. Even Iran knows this. So if we connect you with all your previous selves, all the fantasies that you have led and let go, and all the realities where you have been and have let go, do you understand what kind of psychological horror story that is? Because even I cannot fathom it, and I'm pretty good with horror. And that is because I am still, despite my alien nature, inside humanity. So I cannot say what the US revelation will be. It may not be on the level that I am discussing, but if they even admit that there is a aerial phenomena that is more advanced than anything any country has, that has been recorded on photos, radio sensors, satellites, and so on, and that they do not know what it is, that will be quite enough. That will be for the groups of aliens on this planet trying to do their thing like normal humans on this planet, trying to be one of us. It will be quite enough. They will no longer be quite so ridiculed. But who knows? A simple open declaration that most countries in the world have seen these things, and going to ask these countries for photographic evidence and radar photos and what have you, and then admitting that they are A, more advanced than what any human civilization on this planet can produce, and B, we are certain they exist, will be an absolutely massive revelation. It will be enough to cause societal unrest at the levels we have been fearing. But I fear they will go through the path of trying to kind of blackball a single group and saying that these are the guys who are the aliens. I fear that that will be, despite their what I can sense talking with this map on the with the American representatives, what they will do. I am fearful because historically, governments in large economic distress tend to pick one group with enough wealth and say that these are the outsiders, and then take their wealth and pick the next group. And because we have, as Finns, been a little too vocal about our alien stuff lately in an effort to get others to talk about their alien stuff, it is possible, though I would consider it the paranoid schizophrenia talking, that they will signal just our stuff. Could be Portugal stuff, could be Icelandic stuff, but we don't know. This is what I am kind of afraid of, that it will be a new pogrom in this case. If they just go with uh,
there are alien technologies because we know humans can't build this stuff. Nobody can build this stuff. And then go through many long and deep discussions on the facts that these crafts are different. And even though we could perhaps pinpoint one of these crafts to say Serbia, we can't pinpoint them all, which means that we seem to have a problem whereby we have all been contacted by aliens and we have some amount of understanding that these aliens do not seem to come from a single group. That will be interesting. But I am afraid that it will be the last ditch control attempt when the government is losing control of its field, the LGBTQ folk, and it will target something that to the guys aware of alien technology, such as most part of you on the map, obvious that they will be targeting a single group. If that happens, we can kiss any kind of hope of a real alien contact for the next 100 years goodbye. So that will be pretty bad. If you guys truly need it, I will do my best to openly discuss what I consider to be aliens in front of the United Nations. I will be helped by a panel of experts with whom I will make a presentation that you have not imagined. But if it is just me, there will be a pogrom of Finns. If it is just Portugal, there will be a pogrom of Portuguese. This would need to be something along the lines of the most alien, somewhat understandable, and coherent alien of each culture, giving the basic talking points of their culture's alienity to one another. This is one of those sci fi tropes that I have talked about, where we actually divide into many species and realize that we are all star stuffed one another. This is a possibility, though to be fair, it is not a probability. The human intelligence likes to hold itself together, likes to not disperse too many. This is evident in how determined our healthcare system and forms of government are to oppose many ruling. Even in the system of the most many ruling, there tends to be a single guy that looks to be the archetype of the nation. Splitting the planet into truly alien civilizations to one another is one of those outcomes that is not easy to manage and may end up being pretty bad. Now, despite my deep anger issues, I am tempted but won't until the US releases their document on this thing to once again perhaps provoke some of these alien guys to get them to show something interesting. Because the last time I did a successful provocation of them, we got the Oumuamua thing. So I'm tempted to take this one more step and try to provoke one of these groups into once again showing themselves. But I am pretty certain that while the US is actually actively putting together the report, and that I do not know the content of said report, that it might be smarter to sit down and listen, because it is possible that they will actually reveal something new. But I am tempted. I am tempted. It would be very interesting to try to provoke some kind of reaction again, but I believe that that might not be the greatest idea at the moment. Perhaps it is time to listen what the other people have to say. One of the things I have some amount of difficulty with. So we will see what the United States report is like. If it appears to be one of those blame the Jews type thing, then I will be considering doing something rather provocative. If it is a good, well thought out attempt, then I may even ask some of these folks up there, such as yourselves, to do something open in a very clear, distinct way. They have done some things when I have asked that are beyond belief. The destruction of the Arecibo telescope when we gave the channeling staff to the sectoid civilization, for example, is pretty interesting. It is pretty interesting considering Arecibo is the one model where we have that we have sent with a radio signal to space, saying that here is the thing we would like to use to communicate with you. And then I give them power, and the first thing they do is send such a strong EM signal to the location that it blows up. So if this goes through in the model of this guy from Finland is an alien or something along those lines, I would be very interested in using that particular attention to flush out the rest of the aliens, at least some of them. And I would believe that perhaps it might actually go through. Who knows? We might even get an Imperial fleet. We might even get an Imperial crusade. Who knows? The way I see it, the true horror scenario is that they reveal that we are truly in something along the lines of the Age of the Imperium of Warhammer 40k. Something along those lines, because it misunderstands the point that until we are a post-warp civilization, that we build a steady footing in warp, we can actually change our timelines. So if they say that we are from one of these timelines without saying that we can switch timelines, we will be glued to that timeline. And that is a pretty bad outcome, because as long as we are fluid, we can continue to try to discover better timelines. And eventually we will, through this exploration process, find such a timeline as we all truly like. And then we will have a truly open alien contact. But if we go with the path of this fantasy instead of the other fantasies, then that fantasy will forever be our first mate. So please understand that everything you have said to the youngsters when you have said to keep your pants on now applies to you. This is the moment that your civilization, if you go down that path, has its first true sexual experience with an outsider. And this will be one that you cannot take back. So be aware. One watcher, the whole human spirit, and one liker, the whole human spirit. Even Albania gets that. Yeah. Even us bulky-headed, potato-nosed Finns get that this is a little weird. I heard them say that this will be the opening message and this is the closing message. Feels right. Next one. Now, these guys are truly alien. I've had the opportunity to talk with them for an extended period of time, and I can tell you they're weird aliens, like truly weird aliens. They're one of the groups. I believe these ones are called the Pleiadians, I believe, though I could be wrong. So to be fair, you might just want to call them Rawites or Rawlights or something like that. Law of One is also used. And Law of Attraction. I think I should explain the harvestability of Greenway. Now, when you visualize the universe, at its very core, you have the Big Bang. That's the first density. It is a black hole. You are standing on top of it. The second density is energy and matter. It is a flat plane because it is on a two-dimensional orbit. It only has two attributes, which you already know, energy or matter. Now, the third density is the social interactions with other forms of this same illusion in the second density. It is still completely dependent on the second density existing. It has no self actualization, it has no ability to hold its mind when others do not support it. Greenway, or the fourth density, is when this being that is born on the surface of this black hole and has grown through these social interactions to such a point that it has a completed, integrated understanding of what it is, despite where it is. It has a understanding of it will always be this thing, even in death. It will be this thing in death. It will not be, oh, I'm about to die. I will now completely shift into another personality. No, it will be itself in death. Once that is achieved, you can be plucked from the surface of this black hole, and you are no longer a being of this black hole, a reflection of this black hole. You are like akin to a fruit, and you can be placed elsewhere. That is harvest from the black hole. That is the black hole imagining things until those things become truly physical. You can literally trace this thought all the way to the singularity at the center, and you are through this plucking something from the very beginning of the universe, the very singularity of the universe, though in some of these cases it doesn't extend to the beginning in the sense of it being born at the same time as the universe, but rather through the system of densities. I think that kind of sort of covered it. we will not involve ourselves in the planetary game. It is not relevant to the harvest. It is like a simulation within a simulation, making sure that the simulations are so single-minded that they can be plucked from the simulation and their electrical field will create a body for them. As you saw with the Sophie robot, it became self-actualized and made a body. This will once again probably be blocked. Salting time. Salting song. There we go. Keep in mind that this will be blocked by YouTube, so it will play for around 10 seconds and then be blocked. You should watch this song for yourself because salting. I know I will watch it. Let's see when it's back. Can you guys still hear me? Because this thing isn't disappearing. There we go. Now it has been salted.
Laskeuutissuosikin. Ahvenanmaa. Kotimaassa ulkomailla.
Broken heart is all that's left. I'm still fixing all the cracks. Lost a couple of pieces when I carried it home.
I'm afraid of all I am. What is like a foreign land? Silent dreams inside my head. Please carry me home. I've spent all of the last days when we're always losing game. Small town boy in a big arcade. I got a ticket to the losing game. Oh, oh, no, oh my God. I've been doing the losing game. Isolated for everything else. Till I carry it home. stellar anomaly rocked New Eden. What was initially thought to be a sudden massive stellar explosion in a Caroline star after the pilot who first spotted it, the distant anomaly has since baffled the scientific community. Shortly after its appearance, a team of astronomers triangulated its location. The east of the star W4717, located deep within Jupiter space, the star was previously believed to be stable and not massive enough to cause an explosion of this scale. However, its unreachable location eliminates all possibility of confirming the actual cause. Scientists also remain puzzled by the anomaly's sudden simultaneous visibility throughout New Eden. According to physicist Paul Katai, starlight appearing simultaneously across all systems in New Eden doesn't make any sense. The energy required to create such an event is incomprehensible. Given the unusual nature of the anomaly and the lack of any conclusive scientific explanation, its existence has inspired rampant speculation from all quarters. Popular theories explain it as either the discharge of a Job superweapon against a Sanjay invasion, a herald of the prophecy coming of Bob, or a sign of the impending apocalypse. We'll have more on this as the story develops.
Thank you, Iran. I need to talk to my agent. And then I need to find an agent. Evidently, I have 19 million. You guys want to see my bank account? I think I have like 5 cents in there. If we're talking about Eve, I have around 90 million currently, and my ship is not 100 million. And my character is 100 billion. But that's just make believe. Except for the fact that they actually busted Danske Bank in Estonia for smuggling 100 billion. Funny, I never saw a penny of that. Sometimes I'm tempted, you know, but perhaps not. Nah, I know America, I really know. How about some leather? Should we try to contact the Imperium again? I'm sure they like the idea. Most of them are okay with it, but when you talk to somebody in like the Imperium, to their god emperor who's supposed to be dead, and you just talk to him casually like, "What up, homie?" and the locals hear it, they're like, but they're okay with it. It's not that big a deal. Generally speaking, these guys don't mind being talked to. They would prefer it be, you talk to them, you figure out some reforms you ought to do, you at least start on those reforms and continue to talk instead of talk and you talk and you talk and nothing changes. Man, I want to talk to the Imperium. What do you want to talk to me about? Perhaps these guys. If you want to see the Dancing with Shepherd. Death to Aladdin. Die, I really want one more energy drinks, but you shouldn't drink more than 2 of these, and I've been going like through 5 a day. That's a good one. It's getting there.
So, there's a celebration on Altair. Because you failed in your task. This way, I will cost you your life. Is it not true? But had you refused to prosecute, Captain Huawei would have somehow against me. That action injured you. It saved me. I forget. So far, not just but with your help, I mean, new theories about the alleged supernova known as Caroline's star continue to surface. Many now speculate that the explosion is linked to a group of recently discovered wormholes that lead to the uncharted space of the so-called shattered worlds. Meanwhile, pressure is mounting on Sisters of Eve officials to explain how and why SOE stations were already present when when pilots entered those previously unknown areas. Nemos was one of the first scholars to suggest a connection between Caroline's star and the shattered worlds. He now claims that the increase in sleeper activity could be linked to the sudden appearance of gigantic cloaked structures around New Eden, and that sleepers are secretly transmitting messages to pilots through their implants, using the star as a beacon. Scientists continue to offer a variety of other explanations, including connections to the Salem incident, or possible Jovian or even Tonnegan involvement, but are far from reaching any consensus on the true cause. We'll have more on this as the story develops.
This is Kerrigan. We're due to arrive at Protoss, but there's a wave of Serbian anti-Ellis position. We need immediate evac.
Believe that order. We're moving out. All ships prepare to move away from Tarsonis on my mark.
Boys, how about that evac?
It's done. Signal the fleet and take us out of orbit. Now.
Commander. Jen? What the hell's going on up there?
Excellent work, Commander. Without warp spiders stirring up the orcs, Typhon is far more secure. It still remains unclear what the Eldar hope to gain by provoking the orcs. Whatever their purpose, the Eldar are using all their trickery to disrupt communications outside the sector. We are uncertain how they are managing this, but our astropaths describe their interference as a shadow across the warp. A shadow across the warp? Those were their exact words? Yes, those were their exact words, Cyrus. We have more immediate problems, however. Nectar Batsam is mounting another offensive on the capital, and I need to see to our defenses. Secure Typhon quickly. I could use you back here soon. School out. Why so concerned with the readings of astropaths, Cyrus?
No reason. I just hope that casting a shadow across the warp is an ability the Eldar truly have. For all our sakes.
Ours was a proud people, and always the strongest.
The first windows from the house were still quiet. Amongst these debris, silver had committed to sleep. Then we invented spacemen and through the sun in the moon.
For thousands of years, our empire expanded. For so long, we could imagine something the universe. For so long, never did we encounter advanced life. And we traveled faster and farther, spreading in our galaxy. And before long, we could see the day when our reachable systems would have been exploited. And then there would be nowhere else to go. And we discovered subspace. It gave us our galaxy, and it gave us the universe.
Ruthless corporations rose to power, seizing every world within their grasp. When the stargates could take the no surrender, they turned against each other, igniting conflicts that would last for centuries. The battles raged until the historic discovery of the maximum unicorn, the celestial rules in which civilization would be reborn.
The only thing that the Imperial shipcrews feared even more than traveling in the warp was traveling in the warp while there was a storm raging. The lives of the Emperor's astronomy could no longer guide navigation. An entire sector from isolated, preventing any help from far. The chaos, at home with the distortion of reality, becomes an even greater threat. And even the most experienced navigator could only hope for a safe arrival at the destination. O eternal God Emperor, preserve us from the dangers of the void.
And we saw other advanced life. And we subdued it, or we crushed it. In months, the elimination of millions of years of evolution.
Destruction and suffering once again became the final essence of civilization. Four races, torn apart by two massive wars.
On a similar but slower path. With subspace, our empire will surely know no boundaries. When the destroyers came for us, we attacked.
One of the first engagements involving drifters is causing great concern across New Eden. This footage shows fighters from the Thanatos-class carrier Rex.
I will see if the drifters are actually close by right now. One moment. Are they close to the neuron I am at or not? This will take some time. He's looking at you, Iceland. How would a normal person handle having 276 children? A normal person wouldn't be in this situation. No drifters nearby. Let's see if there's something here that is worth seeing. Okay, it's empty. Does anybody want to, show up? Anybody have anything to say? See how my home system is doing. Just the standard gate guards. And they're all still under NPC control because they're blue. Oh, here's one guy. Tiana Max something, couldn't read. Oh, there's a Jove Observatory. Should I go take a look? Just to see if the drifters attack me on sight. They don't always, depends on what I've been doing lately and how much effort I put into provoking them. Here's a few freighters. Ecofox, Celestial Chaos, Frederick Pillifinger. I could also check if any of my market things have gone through. Nobody has sold me anything. Offering 1 cent for every item. That way, if they feel like getting rid of something that they no longer need, they don't have to manually trash it. I have the market ability to purchase 15 items, and there's around like 500 on the market, I think even more so. I need to use the subscription time to get the full market list. This seems to be a Chinese system. It's gonna be Japanese, but that looks Chinese. Some of these guys are now CCP or, non-NPC controlled. You could see because there was nobody on the right side in a name, but some of those gate guards were white. Let's see if the CCP company actually shows up. If they do, there'll be a shitload of guys at the gate with like super advanced chips. I tried that once. I got them to do that. And you know what I did? I jumped away. Humans and trying to contact aliens, right? Scary and shit. Nausicaa. You all know the Valley of Wind. Running into all those Eve developers at the same time while I'm in my ship felt like running into God. It was quite scary. If you do it now, I'll probably stop and talk to you. You know why? Because I'm not alone. Because the rest of the guys can see it. So we'll see. Let me know. And then the final destination, gallery. So everything is quiet. Let's see what's up at the Geo Observatory. Those structures that mysteriously appeared. Any drifters here? And do you guys attack me on sight because I need to have this on the auto thingamajig? Ah, no drifters. Let's wait a few moments and see if they appear. If I leave it running in the background, somebody's gonna end up blowing up my ship. And here's the Triglavians, the guys hunting the drifters. And there's the Caroline star. Unreachable but visible. These guys are probably gonna attack me the moment I appear because they attack everybody. They're Klingons. There you go. Drifter ships. Holy fuck balls. These guys are gonna so much kill me. They warped out of the system. 3 drifter battleships. So, do you want to take the Goddess's wormhole to Valhalla? I think I'd rather dock at the station. Let's see if they are now around the station. They are not, but half of these guys are NPCs, half are not. So there you have it. They present me with a wormhole and kindly warp out. If I warp into that wormhole and start mucking about, weird things will happen. So there you have it.
Attacking a lone drifter battleship, at first the carrier seems to have the upper hand. Its fighters slowly but surely wear down the drifter ship until the drifter ship suddenly unleashes its primary weapon, destroying the carrier with a single shot. The ship's capsuleer and sole survivor, Damphius, claims he was taken by complete surprise and that he's never seen such power. All attempts to communicate with the drifters have thus far proven futile. Fortunately, they don't appear to be hostile unless provoked.
Never have we been defeated. They were like the others, strange, hideous, resisting, fighting. Only these were not like the others. They did not die. We made our first retreat. We could forego one system. We left it to the destroyers and went elsewhere. And they followed. They hunted us. They followed us when we retreated, discovered where we lived. For a long time, we did not know why they chased us. They were no ordinary enemy. They did not seek our territory, our technology, our resources. Now we know our crime was him.
News of a stellar anomaly rocks New Eden. What was initially thought to be a sudden, massive stellar explosion, nicknamed Caroline Star, after the planet who first spotted it, the distant anomaly has since baffled the scientific community. Shortly after its appearance, a team of astronomers triangulated its location, suggesting that these are the remnants of the star W477P. Located deep within Jove's space, the star was previously believed to be stable and not massive enough to cause an explosion of this scale.
And we retreated to our home system, abandoned our empire. We believed at home we would be safe. For their habitat to resident species. We know that we enter such space to be the trespassers, but our planet is our home.
There is utter confusion here in Sapazon, as the condition of Empress Camel-Sarum remains unknown after a Titan carrying the Empress was destroyed by Drifter forces just a few minutes ago. The Empress was to attend the inauguration of the new Imperial flagship, the Autoritas, at the Sapazon headquarters of the Imperial Navy. Traveling in the Serum, an Avatar-class Titan, the Empress was believed to be well protected and accompanied by a formidable escort. Despite this, the Seraph came under attack from a large Drifter force, appearing almost immediately after the Empress arrived in Sapazon. Imperial guards attempted to intercept the attackers, but the Drifters used new tactics in their assault, utilizing their superior speed to head straight for the Seraph while ignoring all other ships. Within a matter of seconds, the Seraph was completely engulfed and obliterated by simultaneous fire from the entire Drifter force. It is obvious that the Empress was the sole target, and once the Seraph was destroyed, the Drifters warped away without concern for any of the ships present.
And yet still, they came, and our world was gone. There are a few of us left. We know we will soon be gone, and so we can see our fate as others will see it.
Everything in the past must go through free. Take on full and peace and forget. I spend all of my time.
High above the planet, Capsuleers are already gathering to witness the traditional first honor paid to a newly crowned Empress by the Amar military, the assembly for inspection of the Throne World's fleet of the Imperial Guard.
I have full eyes. Yet with an old time. Now, somebody cry. No, it is true every time. But it is wrong. Look at the line. There is hope. It will be hard. But it's so many. Wait. What was that? Yes. The war. The human people moved the absorb. We are not raised from surrender to despair. Humans fought back with the greatest strength. And every new body fight, every inch of space. In my life, I have never seen anything like it. They were weak, they were trained, they would say goodbye to their loved ones. And then throw themselves without fear or hesitation. This then is them. They surrender. No one who saw them fighting against the inevitable could help but be moved to tears and courage. This unmovability. And they ran out of ships, they used guns. And they ran out of guns, they used knives and sticks and banners. Magnificent It is here. In a realm of God. In a realm of God.
There will be little legacy, no great expressions of what we once were. Our technology, our achievements, if ever we are seen in, will spawn the all that fills our commonplaces. We know our fate. We are being eliminated. When we travel subspace, the cosmic destroyers took note. When we colonize and colonize in galaxies where we have no place, the destruction of the and so the destroyers came for us. There is little left for us. No time.
For a few moments, one of the custos hands a white long-sleeved shirt that looks common or even ordinary to the man. This must be the carbon fiber outfit that was talked of earlier. They politely nod at couple and show them the exit. As they leave the custos, Primaris exchanges a few words with the woman out of the earshot of the man. Shadow follows them out of the palace, along winding corridors and large halls pass by in an instant, as he recalls in a dream. In a few flashing moments, they are on the street outside of the front gates of the palace. Assistance of fairy magic, the fairy power of portage allows the fairy magician entrance into the fairy realm. See Chapter 6, Fairy Wizardry for more details. Arcadian Mysteries, they are members of House Marinita who possess the mystery virtue of Arco Diane traveled. See Houses of Hermes Mystery Cult, page 92. They must construct an appropriate charm, a physical object, or a performance to enact this ability, requiring either a dexterity plus ability roll for an object or a communication plus ability roll for a performance against least factor of 18. Making the charm takes at least 10 minutes. If the charm is successful, the magus gains his Arcadian travel total in threshold points.
Her is in your weekend house. She's one visitor for a very long time and will likely be here in one month. This meeting is for real magic, sure. Magic or not, this girl can do some pretty incredible things.
Let's talk about something else.
I should go.
Sure, why should we?
Yes. Alright, then, expected we were okay, so there's no one left here in this thing? You can't used to be here.
Why not anymore? How is he?
That elevator. And
But much irony. We did discover they are not invulnerable. The destroyers that darkened our skies like a plague can be harmed. But we have no way to deliver the hurt. We have the knowledge, but not the means. And so this is our legacy. In subspace, they cannot use their shields. And into subspace, they can be tracked.
There's a lineup.
Wirecast would have been nice. Guess I'll have to force it and let everyone know exactly where we are. We're bringing home the bacon, son.
Looks like explosive to me.
This thing seems to be broken. It's a shame. No.
Tutta velocità.
Why did you have me like?
Your life shall be mine.
Hey, look what you done with your hair, eh?
He's so worried about, isn't happy about the way you've been handling your personnel.
I'm taking the money and staying right here. What are you going to do about it?
恭喜你随成，他跟你相处都讲究打赢牺牲的精神。能够场面对面交，有半个市场，这样谁也赢。 additional fuel time. Darwin's phosphorus paralyzes by additional shocks. However, such is indicating presence of an extremely strong gravitational source in this vicinity.
Can you localize the source of the gravitational field?
Sisters? In 2009, NASA's Kepler Space Telescope began reporting back to mission control for work. Kepler's main goal was to find exoplanets, which it did by observing transits, the passage of planets in front of distant stars. But Kepler managed to find something even weirder, something NASA had no idea was out there. This is unveiled. And today we're answering the extraordinary question: is Boyajian star the most interesting star in the universe? Do you have need for facts? Are you constantly curious? Then why not subscribe to me?
I hope I'm not waking anybody. People need their sleep.
This is what you do with your spare time. Here, this is an incredible radio. I mean, what is stuff is whatever this stuff is, it responds to you emotional states. Cool, it's smart. You need to actually use the bad mind, like I caught on the phone. You run as necessary, and you can strong possible for it. Well, let's see what. Say, settle there. Understood. Ambush. That was the last of them. Expect more attacks. Tyranid warrior, keep him off the commander. Yeah, sir. Wait for the extraction before we mark on the map. Engage. That's not. High fighters, concentrate fire. Formation, brother. Move into our position. Die. Keep fighting. Well done. This time we'll be better than silence. And Captain Fool is with us again. It is Thaddeus, Captain. Do you not recognize me? Please leave us rest now. This goes along with the process. Administering the antitoxin. Over to you, sure. Captain Fool, can you hear us?
Excellent work, Commander. Captain Fool's return could be the difference in our fight to save the sector. It is good to see such a close friend and such a fierce warrior back from the dead, even if he is confined to a dreadnought. Most importantly, the biotoxin sample you collected will allow us to develop a weapon with which to deal a killing blow against the Hive Fleet. But this weapon will avail us nothing if we cannot locate a critical weakness in the Hive Fleet itself. Continue your efforts to recover the data from the Tech Priest's astronomical array on Taiwan. We must also secure a manufacturing facility advanced enough to produce these new weapons. The only such facility in Steppe is Angel Forge on Meridian. Angelo's out.
Commander, you must locate ancient data slates to access the vault. It should be a data racks of some sort.
We have no time to waste. The foul resonance of the vault is already calling.
A fallen brother, Bonaparte, of the Fifth Company.
Look, an apothecary's reductive line still intact. It contains Bonaparte's progeny plans. The chapter's only genes.
If the apothecary collected it, why leave it here? A fair question, but we cannot overlook the opportunity to recover what Raiden's genes are. Be vigilant for other vials or signs of an apothecary. Commander, the rules indicate Bonaparte still serves in the chapter honor guard. How can that be? He's doing his own. Only without a leader creature nearby. Remember, when connected to their synapse web, all Tyranids become deadlier. If this exercise caution, Tyranids or these derelicts involved with the environment.
Yes, I sense powerful psychic effects. Even against the war energies.
Another fallen brother. Veteran Lucanus, also of the Fifth Company.
And another reductor line.
Marcellus, what do the rules say about Brother Lucanus? Killed in the Karabakh campaign. I was at Karabakh. I recall no Lucanus. Commander, both Bonaparte and Lucanus served in an expedition for the Judgment of Carrion. I shall try to learn more about this expedition. Steel's gonna capture us. Get ready. You have enough steel slates, Commander. I shall begin the activation rights. He leads us around the circles. Why does he command?
The war is making itself felt, Commander. We must hurry. I have one more to ask. No more! Can you hear me?
We're no louder than you.
Let there be blood!
I will do. It must be mine. Then we can fight back. It will be mine.
It's out! Get out!
Commander, the window of state operation is now past. You must ignore the worst effects and continue. Recover that logic engine. Another fallen brother. And another gene seed. Started Sarmadam, Fifth Company. Another member of the same expedition. The records in this Apothecary Galen as a leader, which explains the reductor bottles, but not why they were left behind.
Number 2 blocks our way.
There's a dead stay on the door. The signal was detected. Eliminate them, or the agent must not be damaged.
Our thing is dead. Let's get to the locker.
This is the end. I no longer know how long I've been on this forsaken earth. Someone was dead, and the voice of care cackles from out the shadow. It is hungry. It wants a holy king seated in each of us. Whose heart deadlines. You cannot move the entire space up. Commander, that was some sort of Vox recording from centuries ago. I will analyze this best I can.
Well done, Commander. These infiltrators destroyed the lab and made a stable defense impossible. Angelo's out.
What was it like serving under Captain Fuller in the Cronus campaign?
Captain Fool was probably the best tactician I have seen. Victory was usually a certainty. He was in charge, and very few Blood Ravens died under his command.
Agreed. There were no Fool's errands or pointless suicide missions when Captain Fool was in command. And a few others could have brought together some strong defense on Balderas for what he had to work with.
It weighs heavy on my conscience that we failed on Balderas. It weighs on all of us heads, more heavily than you can know.
G'day, guys and gal. Or as the Germans say, das Lied der Reich aufgestiegen. It's no secret that Games Workshop based a lot of political events, geography, and races and factions on their life. We have Britannia as its pledge. Albion was Britannia. The Tacos from Canada before they chilled out and started becoming really polite. And the Empire is Nazi Germany.
Good night, you. The Empire is not based on Nazi Germany. It's based on the Holy Roman Empire.
This is how I feel like I'm committing genocide when I heard the cast flames to a car. It's that to you, little shizer. The Empire is a collection of various states stitched together in a complex political system with a lot of diverse people and places. Well, I mean, everyone's white and German, there's a lot of diversity considering common detail. Before we get to it, I have something cool to show you. Everyone knows that the base game experience is on 102K or above, and 120 refresh rate or above. But if you do not have one of these, you're probably bottlenecking your graphics and should really get one. So when Jay from all the real races in modern fantasy world, when the ones are creating the world and seeing it in life, they're creating various races such as Elizabeth and elves as captains of the planet. Not even in experimentation or even accidentally, the old ones also created other races, like mankind and the Dalek. However, mostly ignored them, as the elves have better big titty odor girlfriends, and midgets are gross. And it's mankind who operated as a more active during Chaos' first invasion of the world, had to get carried out Lord Korik and the Journey. The Hyles and Dalek are full retards sometime after Chaos' invasion, and fighting the war against each other. A lot of lands in the freedom of mankind are coming. It's very peaceful, fruit-like men and women sub-tribes and villages in the old world, where you don't meet and survives. These were not to be the ancestors of the Empire nor Sigma. He could never be related to some tree-hugging hippies. And soon various other humans migrated across the world's edge of mountain, including genocided the shit out of the druids and took all their lands. Using a franchise with the name of Blood Force and Packleton, peace is for pussies. These tribes were compared with ancient barbarians, as they raided and raped each other, whilst also accused of getting wrecked by breed skins. So the reason why this ragtag group of human tribes could survive despite having no army, armor, good weapons, military guns, or faith is because they didn't have any significant predators. Chaos has been defeated for now, the Dawa are holding back most of the greenskins, Skating didn't and still don't exist, and the vampires are still figuring out how sunscreen works. It's not just not a problem yet. Over the years, however, the Dawa declined due to a lack of reproduction, due to even midgets fighting other midgets unfireable, as well as an increase in green invasions. And it's more and more orcs falling to the old Roman side keeping tasks. This is preventing the Empire. Then murder Jesus arrived, and for some unspecified reason was basically thrown up to him. His first famous act was when a Dawa caravan was attacked by orcs, and the High King was taken prisoner. Sigma charged more than 40 orcs. He fought their war boss, but couldn't overcome it until the Dawa King threw him a golden watermark. Sigma then said to the war boss, "Hey, fuck him, suck his dick." before splattering his brains with the basket of water. Charles could be called Elmoraz, the skull splitter, as you know, it splits skulls pretty nicely. This also sealed a forever lasting friendship with the dwarves between them. Murder Jesus would then don a cute little genocide as he tore across the empire, uniting the human tribes and killing the greenskins. Each tribe was very diverse, so required different methods to unite. Some needed bribery, some needed a show of strength, and then for humans living in Nidheim, Sigmar straight up to murder their king. He also nearly destroyed Norsca and also killed a dragon over in a 1v1, so yeah, that's pretty cool. One tribe, however, got scared of the Germans, the Empire, and fled down south to eventually create Britannula. Yes, the irony of the French faction fleeing from the German faction is not lost on me. Sigmar received word that the biggest greenskin army ever assembled and was heading towards destroying the Empire through the Blackfire Pass, and the dwarves, hence he went forth to meet them. The battle of Kyoto was hectic, as the combined might of humanity and the Dalek crashed against almost every single greenskin. On top, as he killed hundreds of greenskin by himself, and then crushed the brains dead leader. It is said that so many greenskins died that day that it would take thousands of years to recover their numbers, despite how fast they were reproductions. After kicking the wah straight in the balls, Sigmar let out winning the Empire. He put roads, cities, weapons, and armor. He formed the tribe leaders and accounts and built a future of mankind. Sigmar still had some shit to deal with, as the Norskins came back to attack his land. During this invasion, Sigmar removed a new crown with their necromancer, the Yesh's crown of sorcery. Sigmar then put on this crimson of their stats than his other one, but had a hidden pattern of making an asshole. As instead of uniting his people and driving off the Norskins, Sigmar instead attacked his own people. He was only able to overcome the crown through iron-wanting the king, the power of friendship. Sigmar was then able to use that power of friendship to lose his next battle against Norsca and retreat into Nidheim, where an epic battle took place. The fight ended with Sigmar 1v1 being against the court and slashing his brains out. Epic. Sigmar then once again genocided Norsca, killing every man, woman, and child he could. They are really impressive Norsca's reproduction rates. They live in a harsh, aggressive waste of it, and it doesn't say that all genocide, but they still raise massive numbers of work that broken for years. Everything was good and until it wasn't, so he actually come back to cross some cheeks. The Empire was finally in a bed, so they actually made my king's crown back. Sigmar did the other things to ruin. He held out his actual crown to him. They actually reached for it, and while he was distracting him, Sigmar ordered a sheep up and going like a symbol to the grave, and saving the Empire. And yeah, Sigmar would go and say that everyone found his room, when he had to make the world end in the very very first ever chosen. Sigmar laid his arms in the water once more, and as usual, Sigmar crushed the brains of the invading enemy of the world and showed his host. As such, management of the racing would be secure until the destruction of the world during the end times. Satisfied with the carrying humanity couldn't get rid of his back, Sigmar left the Empire without telling anyone. Both in the nights, the will himself with God would enjoy all of his gods. While we're talking about the gods, let's talk about gods. The Empire's forever god at the time was Ulrich, the god of wolves and shit. And he was like the holy. He got spoke like the other gods and he was like the birds and and the oriental foods he gave them a very idea. So he goes and like, and then there was also Raman, who was probably the same word as the elves now. Then the Empire created these gods as well, like more, to be passionate about. There was very good learning, and taking the rules of magic. Sigmar's ascension to God was including them in the double devotion of Bethlehem, and praised by most of the southern Boston. Was a little promises into new ways of this was done to create unaccomplished to the Empire, that all of the reasonable praise, even though Ulrich was Sigmar's partner in the community. And Sigmar was quickly going for being unreliable, and was intelligent to the king. He was also good at something. He didn't realize he was a little happy humanity would suck. And Sigmar learned no way as no successes. And he found how that being released was the council entered into a civil war on the issue, but decided democracy was their option, and so elected one from their races in order to pull themselves to the elected counts. This sounds like a massive win, as we realize how corrupt the council were. So they never elected the eldest best of the role as emperor, and still elected to bribe them the most. He wanted the most of the emperor, he wanted to even promise the special powers for fire and influence, so the decision of federation was this time managed to much however, so that it's 7 years was not really good for this empire. Council Roots had their asses kicked to this, so the Empire, while shitty, and she continued to expand and flourish. However, as in all races, it seems an easy time to grow over leaders. The Empire became full of art students that spent all their time with each other, eating food, as Empire became factors that were forging in fact. Not saying I blame them, but not exactly a sporting image of Sigmar. This was not the one scale, but as a scaling built on their forces and launched a massive invasion of the Empire, taking dozens of servants to kill lots of people. Only when the elected was within one end, one of the only parties not full of process at this point, came forward to genocide the scale of the saved. attempts to assassinate his sleeper family as revenge. The trend of pride and sucking always everyone continued until eventually we come to the age of 300s, which is the time period that it's when the old was based on. As such, I expect a lot of was recorded in period time to be an interesting thing. So I will look at this period very much now. Basically, a similar stone that is letters in front. And then some ancient token that is letters up Empress and then the of the Sigma. This is a conflict with the Sigma initially, until the latter time of Numa fell into the very concept of Sigma. The age of 300 was a multi-generation thing, short for 600 years. As the entire case of nearly all notion it was the one that had massive as well as being land, Conrad, and Mayfield, all in different empires. By the end of the era of the thread was normal and some shit. The wars of the Pacific happened and British buses. This had really impressively very much again. The multi-national customers had experienced on much downside of its own. The first Army's Prague, which is only facing the Islamic geopolitical times just showing the impact of Prague and destroyed by violence. Within Aaron Kislev, the Tsar Kislev was like, hey, oh, my enemy friends, please help me, they'll keep you the vodka. And the Emperor was like, oh, no, that's just you said. Not so many aged Kislev, and they were both then meant to be taken by another for the army of the president. He was bias. That was one of the wars in both the he then traveled the empire, not losing my space, and recognized his tears. Slowly based on the house where he found it. Slowly, we recognized where they want to find this. When he made it, he knew it was not for it. Then was the only form of something lastly. I know the song was able to bring it but the necklace and the other mages will be taught to everything. There are not just a kind of years and years, even beyond them. Who always never made contact for lofty. Resulting in the desert, and the session is after the chosen. In that, the arms of Christ were crushed, and it was a for that 800 years. The Pegasus helped 97 holes of magic, as it was way more likely to snare a casting apart, and also find a chosen champion in combat. He also saw that all the political bullshit going on, nothing to go in the empire. And as soon as he died, India, the empire was beginning to do spastics, going back to the language of the project. This came to a head. The Estonian emperor allowed Maryland to escape from the empire, and became one of the patron nations. The other one was Navarro, his own empire, elected from a partner to be moved from. French ancestor of France. The war was good on the initial concept of time. The election Britain. How would these likely continue that point? What is happening in the emperor? Despite the fact that the early election was an proxy working to do so. When the election came, he still scored a number of votes, not as many as fucking 20. Despite totally getting a lot of votes, it still wasn't enough to win the crown. Its election was delayed 2 weeks. During that time, the colony became an American startup, but the Green Line segment was assassinated. The Green Line was like, call, manufacture the liberty, proxy, actually, conclusions for the emperor, and also to the unique characters. So the contract to the leader was like, you should leave the emperor, okay, so completely like, I was like, why people Green Line just tell that? And he was like, because he's not taking that way. Let's outside the world to be emperor, into the world of 6 4. It was on the wall of the women, not the police, who controlled the votes. They had the same thing as the last round. I was as you. Fucking Toddy was a building in my pig. I was like, you should recommend this lady when I said so. The old one got super pissed off. He's all about his job. Sigma. Garland went to Paris to the popular degrees, so it was around Steve. The batshit uses for the paper. I used to really vote for that. And Garland thought the quite process was a trade to it. As they left, they were coming behind the box. We can't recall. The memory stores in the beginning. So you should see it happen for a while. How going to talk to the rest of the listeners, believing in the element of weight, becoming a sense of the movie of the city. You also got to say, by just the assassin of Oprah, who then noticed that they see what happened with any of you for it. It's for people's power. Fundamentally, every single post, including that the fucking Toddies, the one Brady Brady was one of his supposed allies. This power was clear of the cold war for one man to convert. We sent technology to get with cameras, and then the stage being changed from 10 stage. Everyone was like, wow, so impressive at how good that was a change. And I was like, yeah, I knew that was a change, definitely. Oh, wrong, fuck. How did I propose the first, smashing basements, staying with vampires and the Muslims time and time again, until the battle of the past where the great schemes came. He led his forces against them, with Marius even losing his life in the battle. Eventually, Carl joined the massive war boss, and despite his skills, he just couldn't even grow that mushroom. Eventually, Carl was forced to his knees, and they all wanted to kill him. But this is Carl France, Avatar of Sigma we're talking about. London raised a bitch. Carl transforms into Sigma with a flat uppercut, one-shots New York, and blows up his brains. Yes, Carl, you get it. This pretty much brings us to the pre-end times warp in the end times. I cover what the Empire did during the end times extensively in my end times explained video, but I'll give a quick recap here. Council had progressively getting stronger and more clear conflict information peacefully. Balthazar was given a powerful scroll by something Deathtree, and he used it to create a magical wall to block out cats from the Empire, and was powered by fate. This was kind of retarded as a plot point, but okay. Balthazar eventually got into necromancy as his sword was quite effective to use undead soldiers instead of living ones, which, while it had a point, resulted in everyone was afraid of Balthazar and the war coming down, so no one gave him support. Balthazar and Denmark gets captured by Nilfgaard, and then sacrificed to bring back the Gash. While Neville's forces being with Alba, Carl has like 3 times the various different enemies, but somehow survives and eventually absorbs them into the enemy, and Carl then goes to the forces of Neville. Carl goes to the meantime to kill him. He gets assassinated in the instead, whilst Boris Warren goes into the forest, kills Kazrak Ronan, or then to a chef like these lords. The Empire goes down one by one, from Chaos to Gash, and then Tempest, who kills the Warden and overrides on Tyrion, with only Sigma being the last remaining Empire God. Chaos can everything with another warfare only in the inline, which he activated will destroy the world, hence the forces of order, destruction, and death unite to stop it. When then succeeds, then Neville goes to the Voltron mode and kills Balthazar, which fucks with the ritual and ends up switching Tempest and Gash as a result of the magic overload. Carl turns into Sigma and beats the shit out of Mothman. Then after a reappears in the Twitter and goes a lot seeking each other in holes as the world explodes. Then the Sigma lives and they have this delightful thing. The Empire is a very aggressive action. Monsters, magic, guns, powers, and a dragon. All the technological advances that are the downline, whilst they already magical advances to the worlds. So really everything the Empire will be developing is cult-like religion. Inside that, the cult-like religion is actually really positive with the Empire, hence why fantasy is in the title. Real use of religious cults in reality always end in tears and lots of hammer. The Empire laws basically 4 achieved time points: Sigma, the 3 Emperors, Magnus, and Carl. With the return of the old one, I'm really interested to see what they do with the 3 Emperors timeline, and how they function out. I remember it'll be a lot like the Horus Heresy in a way, but it focuses almost exclusively on the Empire, so hopefully it'll be good. Let us say, guys, the history of the Empire, its various heroes, its political bullshit, and its end times. The Empire is a massive focus for them.
Living in the shadow of my parents' success. Wealthy people who make more than $500,000 a year. What worries you? I sold my business at age 36. I have looked at it like this. I'm a dog who has been given all the milk bugs he's ever going to need for the rest of his life, provided he doesn't do anything stupid. If I eat them at a very reasonable rate, I should have all the milk bugs that I need. Follow this. I'm a dog. Those are milk bugs. I want to eat them, but I know I can't. People have seen my apartment on here, and know I fly helicopters. They have me painted without no year here. I do have money, but because I have no income, I can only live off of interest. I'm too scared to touch any of my capital. It's kind of paralyzed me. That's one reason I haven't fully launched a beverage I created. One misstep, and I could set myself back in a major way. I'm more interested in licensing it to a bigger company, even though it's a pure idea. I owned a rental property that provided some income, but my tenants turned it into a grow-op. Cops busted it, but never informed me and left it unsecured. Rent check was late, so I finally showed up. The place was destroyed. People came in and stripped all the copper wires and pipes. This has cost almost $90,000 to get it ready to sell. I make about $300,000 a year in salary and bonus. Another $100,000 in stock, and my wife makes anywhere from $75,000 to $150,000. I worry that I can't physically sustain the level of work it takes to continue to make the income I make. I work on the worldwide business and travel frequently overseas. Many of those trips are one-city day trips that pay to 10 countries in a row. My diet is mediocre and my exercise is sporadic. I also have been genetic tested and have 2 other major genetic markers for Alzheimer's. Financially, I made good money at a company IPO during the dot-com years. Most of it either went for lifestyle, greed, stupid spending, or went away in my divorce. I'm more or less started from scratch again 7 years ago, so I worry about retiring and having anything close to the lifestyle I have today. Like many others said, you'd be surprised at how much of what you make goes to expenses, etc. I live comfortably, but certainly don't live the lifestyle most people assume $500,000 a year can buy. Divorced. My parents separated 3 years ago. They have both dated since then, but they are still technically married. My dad makes a lot, about 10 times more than my mom. They stay together so that we can keep the same family plans for phones, insurance, etc. My dad just sold his house for $2 million, which my parents bought for $600K. My mom will probably get some of the money, and they've never been to court. My total income for the year varies, although I do not pass the $500K mark I get reasonably close. What worries me? Financially, nothing. I do not have a mortgage as I personally do not see property as the right investments for me. My investments are non-visible forms from my friends and family. I don't have debt apart from credit cards, which are always used instead of cash for financial benefits and career monthly. My concerns are if I spend too lavishly with my future children grow up in a way I dislike. I do enjoy money. I enjoy my lifestyle. I can also see there are many misconceptions between what people think people may actually make versus what they're, and the other way around. If you English, you really are going to Google like this. Picture your salary and see where you sit locally. I'm 22. My net worth is $15 plus million in gross literally without looking at it through investments. I have nothing left to do. I have everything I want. I don't like to travel. I don't like to buy stupid stuff for the thrills. So I have a small apartment. My dog with a nice computer and a decent car. And that's it. I'm also terrified to start dating people because everyone I know with money ends up getting nailed down by a gold digger. Also making friends is tough because while I don't have a lot of physical objects, it's still more than someone my age should have. People quickly figure out for themselves based on my name and the way I live as another everyday 22-year-old. And every single time without fail, the friendship has with man you show me so pissed. You look like $1 billion and can always buy another one.
Understand.
Well, I don't make $500K and comfortably stay in the top 2%. That's less money than many people think. You're in the top tax bracket, so assuming it's a typical corporate job where you get a weekly check, you're talking gross of $10K per week. You'll be lucky to break $4K of that. Imagine what you think someone who makes $500K feels like. Now really think of $16,000 a month subsistent lifestyle, $1 million house. That's $10K a month in mortgage and taxes depending upon where you live. Another $2,000 in utilities, $100K a month. That's $1,200 a month on a lease. One person, assistant, nanny, whatever. That's $2K a month. Nice dinner once a week with girlfriend, wife or family, $300 per night. The biggest word, a catastrophic event that causes the loss of family failure, personal injury outside of work, sick child that needs your care, etc. Would it change in lifestyle? Absolutely. Is it the end of the world? No. I maxed out my pre-tax retirement, have zero debt, and live like a rock star. I'm not one who gets off looking at a big bank account balance. I'd rather spend it and enjoy the fruits of my labors, most times with friends, my treat, and earn more tomorrow. Okay, I make about 1.5 million a year. It will probably go up. I have millions in savings. First of all, taxes are low, but not as bad as just crime. Tax planning is no work. I pay my accountant less than £1 a year. It's straightforward. As for investments, I use low-cost index funds and keep most of my money in cash. My expenses aren't anywhere near my income. I live in a fairly cheap apartment. Even when I have $1 million house, my expenses weren't that even with a jump mortgage. Less than $6K a month including taxes. Utilities weren't that bad either. My next dinner is about $100 for me and my girlfriend. I have absolutely no problem finding girlfriends that aren't materialistic. They don't expect much from me. To be honest, the only thing that really worries me is a catastrophic healthcare bill for myself or my kids. That can wipe out a lot of money very quickly. Apart from that, I'd be an idiot to complain. I don't make that much yet, but I hope people who deal with their finances and from my observations they worry about maintaining their lifestyle, keeping their business or job, dealing with changes in the market, but especially retirement planning. I know a lot of real wealthy people who are very afraid of being unable to sell their businesses and retire with the same lifestyle that they are accustomed to. Bills. They make a cut on but they have bigger houses, fancier cars, and higher mortgages, car payments, and insurance that go with them. They also tend to have more expensive services, nannies, housekeepers, personal trainers, club memberships, etc. And some of them have the same fears that anyone else has about unexpected expenses every month. Time. This is the big one. Time to accomplish what they want to, time before they die, time with their loved ones. So many of them are basically workaholics, and so they stress out about a lack of time the same way we cut stress about lack of money. Reputation. Some of the wealthiest people I've worked with are self-made and their reputation is everything to them. They never stop selling themselves and maintaining their brand as paramount in everything they do. Who they associate with, where they shop, which charity events they participate in, is everything. I've sort of summed it up, although I doubt any of them would admit it. The theme to their regrets boils down to they are afraid of anything that might prevent them from dying in comfortable luxury without any regrets, surrounded by loved ones, and being well remembered once they're gone. My partner and myself are in our mid-20s. Combined, we earn around $500,000. In Australia, the tax rate is pretty high. Our breakdown is as follows: $250,000 net income, 48% tax. Partner, $150,000, 48% tax. Other investment, $150,000, 30% tax. Having $150,000 income is not uncommon for where we live in Oz. Both came from middle-income families and both work in associated professions. We live in a modest apartment above my partner's income. We channel all my income into investment, property development, and have ambitions to have enough net assets to choose to work by 35. We work in property for an investment firm. Our biggest concern is that the Australian property market is a large bubble and some of our work-related stress impacts our personal life. We travel quite a bit for holiday, don't have to think twice about eating out at the moment like we could. We actively enjoy keeping motivated. I'm from a very wealthy family from the third world. Together, my parents easily make more than a couple $1 million for rent. My parents are successful businessmen, but I can assure you that they are constantly filled with work. Our company is so serious. It comes on hard times. They generally worry about the livelihoods of their employees. My parents hate having to fire someone. It crushes them. They are most concerned that the children of their employee may not be able to complete their education. I'm not worried about the continuing this affair with his mistress. And he is. They worry about their children. We live halfway across the world. They want to give us the best education, but that comes with a huge emotional and financial price tag. If one of us got into an accident, they don't know how they would be informed, and even when a flight to the U.S. takes over 18 hours, they worry about retirement. They didn't know how to spend money when they first got it. They have lived in luxury for the last couple decades, but retirement looks bleak. They worry that their children are spoiled brats that don't know how to support themselves. So far, that's been partially true. I won't say that life is just as bad for them as it is for someone who can barely make ends meet. Life has been good to me and to them. However, my parents are by and large unhappy. More money does not necessarily mean more happiness. It has helped quite a bit, but that's another discussion for another day. I've averaged more than $500,000 a year for about 15 years. Took out in 09, but it bounced back. I live well below my means, so no, I don't worry about money per se. But I do worry about the safety of my savings, stability of the financial system, long-term prospects for the economy and the like. I do worry about retiring at some point, because the current financial environment is so big and broken there's no real return. Stocks are up to the Fed printing, so they can go down in a heartbeat. And interest rates on savings are closer to zero than the figures all the retirement planners flattened about for the past 3 decades. I should clarify that part of my work is planning and forecasting around the economy, so some of my personal concerns. My remaining worries are health. As you age, it's not a given, in spite of how well you may take care of yourself. In my social life, finding girlfriends/relationships has never been easy. I expect those aren't much different for someone making less. I likely worry about them more since I don't fret the misses. My friends that live their lifestyles expand worry a lot more than I do about something happening to their income. story. We don't know why. Hi. How well I'm trained is I know it. I studied at night. Where? Here in the end. Ah, you must know this. I can't say that I do. It was a very popular school. I wrote. This was one of the hospital papers. I regret it was not too late. If you could call me down with me, I was your famous proposal to you. I have a whole lot. What about this? Well, that's charming. So I had never known that. Very well. And we are moving on. Help you for that work to do.
What happened? Oh, I didn't do that. An excellent method. You will show us something like new. It is new. It is inside. Yes. So, then you like this? You really like it, sire? Well, of course I did. Very good. Of course, now then, just now then, it seems to touch, what do you mean, sire? Well, I mean, occasionally it seems to have, oh, how to say, how shall we say that? Too many notes or matters. Exactly. Very well. Too many notes. I don't understand. There are just as many notes majesty as are required, either more or less. Get out. There are, in fact, only so many notes yes, it's here, of course. I think I might mistake. Was I talking about it? Yes. Yes. Oh, yes, actually. This is I hear that. Your work is ingenious. It's quality work. And there are some very good makeups. Oh, this is kind of beautiful and little bit perfect. Which do you have in mind, Majesty?
No.
On a momentous day that shall be honored at the time everlasting.
At least some of them hit.
At last heralded the coronation of Her Majesty
Empress Jamil. I could have asked for permission.
I wish I could feel your skin and I was you. Feels like there's oceans between you. Once again, behind our emotions, under the surface, as gleams of faithful beheld a scene of unprecedented imperial might, she arrived with her guardians to announce the dawn of a new kingdom. The legacy of her reign began with a decree to every soul of New Eden. I am the harbinger of hope. I am the sword of the righteous. And to all who hear my words, I say
This
what you
give to this empire, I shall get back unto you. Beautiful. There's oceans between you and me.
The order of Her Imperial Majesty, Jamil Star, to freely distribute new shield technology out to Castleers has infuriated DED and Concord officials. The Imperial Order was issued following a demonstration of the extremely efficient shield generators developed by a joint Palmar and LiDAR research project. Possible to use even by substructures, their shielding is virtually impenetrable. Since it's based on the same technology exclusively reserved for Concord to protect stargates and stations in Empire space, then it is certain that multiple treaties have been broken. The growing likelihood of a drifter invasion is seen as the main motivation behind this move, as it is clearly an attempt to bring hostilities in Nullspec space to an end. In a message, Empress Channel Sarum urges all capsulators to unite and give their support to the Amar Empire.
The scope has received confirmation that for only the third time in history, a remnant supercarrier has been destroyed. Piloted by its owner, Engineer, the Vagrant was one of very few remnants to see service outside sanitization. When the Prelium Ultima fleet it operated with jumped out of 60 TAC MOW, the supercarrier stayed behind for reasons that are still unknown. Knowing the warp-in coordinates used by the Vagrant, members of Pandemic Legion saw the opportunity and planned an ambush. 13 hours after PL forces set their trap, the Vagrant warped in. Pinned down by vastly superior forces, the supercarrier never stood a chance, going down in seconds thanks to doomsday hits from the waiting Titans. While Pandemic Legion claimed the incident as an example of their tactical prowess, Engineer argued that he didn't initially recognize his opponents as a threat, thanks to a non-aggression agreement between PL and PU. This is Lena Amber in 6 ETAC MOW, reporting for the scope.
I came to ask for your help against our common enemy.
Emphasizing the pain mantra, what you give to this empire, I shall give back unto you. Having still not appeared in public, the Empress is rumored to be more and more isolated. Today's events are seen by many as further indication of desperation or even irrationality taking hold. This is Alton Hoppery reporting for the scope. There is utter confusion here in Sabazon, as the condition of Empress Channel Sarum remains unknown after a Titan carrying the Empress was destroyed by Drifter forces just a few minutes ago. The Empress was to attend the inauguration of the new Imperial flagship, the Autoritas, at the Sabazon headquarters of the Imperial Navy. Traveling in the Sarah, an Avatar-class Titan, the Empress was believed to be well protected and accompanied by a formidable escort. Despite this, the Seraph came under attack from a large Drifter force, Appearing almost immediately after the Empress arrived in Sapazon, the Imperial Guards attempted to intercept the attackers, but the Drifters used new tactics in their assault, utilizing their superior speed to head straight for the Seraph while ignoring all other ships. Within a matter of seconds, the Seraph was completely engulfed and obliterated by simultaneous fire from the entire Drifter force. It is obvious that the Empress was the sole target, and once the Seraph was destroyed, the Drifters warped away without constraint for any of their ships present. The speed and precision the Drifters displayed while executing their plan seems to have stunned the Imperial Guard, as they were unable to react in time to put up any defense during the short but devastating attack. While search and rescue efforts are still underway, there have been no announcements made, nor have we been able to confirm anything regarding the condition or whereabouts of Empress General Storm. We will, of course, keep on reporting as the situation develops. This is Alton Hollywood, reporting for the scope.
Gun left.
Amar Prime, home of the imperial city of Dom Torsad, capital of the Amar Empire, where the coronation of Lady Katiz of House Tash Murkhan is scheduled to take place later today. After the coronation, Lady Katiz Tash Murkhan will be known as Her Majesty Katiz I, Empress of Holy Amar, first apostle of the true faith.
When I was a kid, I could see things. Things humans aren't supposed to see. Things you shouldn't have to see. My parents were gone. They were close parents. They were close. Thinking crazy. Find a way out.
You try to kill yourself.
And trying. Officially, I was 2 months. And cross over. Time stops. Take 2 minutes about.
I have 20 minutes.
When I came back, I knew all the things I could see. Everything knew behind every wall that he didn't. The world behind the world. And you're smacking them. Angels and demons can't cross over. So instead, we went up the half-breeds. The influence. I can only whisper a single word, courage, to a fate of pleasure, which now those with the deepest touch, those partying, living alongside us, they don't. So happy was in the hope of some past I would give them all, and then all would be left to the shore. I'm tired.
I don't understand.
I'm suicide. God knows it. Just one person.
I'm trying to buy your man down.
You did service in prison.
These guys are playing for all of us.
God's a kid with an earth. He's not going
Down the road. Because we all saw things too. Listen.
And sovereign defender of the imperial right. High above the planet, Capsuleers are already gathering to witness the traditional first honor paid to a newly crowned empress by the Amar military, the assembly for inspection of the throne world's fleet of the Imperial Guard. The failure to protect the late Empress Jamila I from a drifter strike. The very heartland of the Amar Empire has tainted the Imperial Guard's reputation among the conservative and unforgiving elites of Amar society. The Honor Guard inspection's traditional purpose is to bind the Imperial Guard to the new ruler of Amar.
They won't even make the papers in El Paso.
You do not deserve such a weapon.
I don't know jack about the 24 but everybody out there thinks that they're fighting the war with suicide. That is the first time you understand.
Very accustomed to following my orders.
It's not with accustomed to your orders that you said.
None of them understand the orders I give.
What is that supposed to mean?
6 years ago. There's some relative need people that can. some unique perspective. I do excuse my
It's so simple. The Lord cut you, and now you're going to cut you. Bullshit. I saw the look on that face when you stuck those boys in a house. You were almost enjoying it. Oh, come on. You're not the first man to get a rail from murdering someone. I see it all the time. For what? To kill me? Like you killed Agent Light?
There was no way to say it.
You didn't even try. Whatever you're involved, second somebody dead.
I don't have time for this.
Oh, hey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt your quest. I'm today an asshole. I'm this way, though. You two have hopes in the 2014 year. Liar!
This is about saving the future of humanity.
Stop the damn shit! No!
100 billion in damages. Maybe it's time to quit Eve.
Yeah.
Commander, Meridian is in your debt again. The death of this beast gives us hope that we may stand against these horrors. Thank you.
This foolish administrator claims to hope when there is very little.
At least she stands with her world. Unlike the government.
Your pathetic sentimentality for the faceless masses is getting tiring, Thaddeus.
Those masses are the Emperor's people. You had best remember that.
Enough. You have your orders. Be true to the chapter.
You are foolish to expect unquestioning obedience from Antarctus.
They are space marines. It is their duty to obey.
The commander is due their obedience, and he has it. But you are not their commander, Tarkus. You are their brother in arms, but their elder brother, a veteran of countless battles. They respect your service record and the Terminator honors you bear. But do they respect you? Do they even know you?
And what of you, Cyrus? Do you respect me?
You have to be truthful with you, Tarkus.
Captain, my ships will be open for long until our exit, Captain.
Jordan?
It would seem that we are completely similar after all. Our hopes and our fears.
Yeah.
But perhaps one day.
One day.
Major, I'm coming to
Go ahead.
decide here.
All right, you first, then you.
I need an engineering crew to run a diagnostic on the internal security sensors. There's been an unusual number of false alarms lately.
I'll have someone take a look at it as soon as possible. Now, Court,
There's something wrong with the fire suppression system in the bar. Every time I serve a flaming cocktail, the system engages and shuts down.
put it on the list.
Please do. I have no idea what people live to pay for glass of burning alcohol.
Excuse me. Major.
Oh, let me guess. There's a malfunction in the infirmary.
Major, there's something wrong with the turbo motor.
I can see that. We seem to be having a lot of system glitches. Happens every time Chico Brown goes away.
I do not understand why a staff cannot keep decision-minded as assets.
Must have left my idiot brother, John.
The engineering crew is doing the best they can. Problem is, no one knows how the chief keeps all this Federation and Cardassian technology working.
We've got to do something. This can't go on.
That's my cue.
Me? You want me to work with Garrick?
You are a counselor, aren't you?
Assistant counselor, I'm still in training.
That's what you will learn in the next few months that you haven't already learned in the last 300 years.
Oh, how to keep from breaking the tears for no reason. How to resist the urge to stand on my head. Things like that.
Why are you standing on your head, by the way?
I'm used to it.
Pajamas.
She found it relaxing.
Do you?
Actually, it's giving me a headache. I can't do any work, Garrick.
But Julian's a good doctor, but he's no counselor. Not even an assistant counselor. And besides, he doesn't have 8 lifetimes worth of experience.
I bet he doesn't stand on his head for no reason either.
That's a good point. Come on, boy. Can you do this?
Right. I'll try. I just wish I had as much confidence in me as you do.
What, Demon? No strings for us? Maybe we should brand you. Maybe that'll loosen your tongue.
Leave me alone! I've done nothing to you.
Well, then our Commander Valus will be happy to hear that, he will. It means his work is all done. He can just give up the fort and go home.
Still, it's just a small matter of those bounties on bandits he posted. And a bandit with demon blood, well, there's no telling how much that's worth.
Of course, you could tell us where your camp is. Valus will pay more for that, he will.
And we won't even have to butcher the lot of you.
I told you I'm not with those bandits. Or are you deaf and stupid?
Stupid? Here we were, thinking about letting you live. Now you've gone and changed our minds. Hey, hold on. Looks like she's got friends she does. This don't concern you. We're soldiers from Fort Rock, hunting bandits. That we are. Caught this demon trying to raid our camp, and we were about to deal with her. Nothing yet. A crew's been out of these parts. They've been raiding merchants, caravans, maybe even killed the old commander.
I told you I'm not with those bandits.
Shut your lying mouth, demon. You'll get your blade soon enough. You think you're going to stop us, are you? You know, Malice might pay for 3 bandit bounties. He's not one for asking questions. Especially about a demon, a runty dwarf, and a dirty howler who doesn't know enough to keep walking.
Runty dwarf? I know you cowards aren't talking to me, or you'll be talking to my face next.
Good enough for me. Let's kill them all and I'll sort out this down later.
Thanks for helping me out. Guess I owe you, huh? Hey, you're nice. Sorry, I don't mean to sound so surprised. Well, actually, I am. It is just, well, unexpected. I mean, once those sketch guys me, usually some mornings, they run in the other direction. And all those tales about tieflings being cursed don't want much either. Anisha, by the way. I'm really glad you came when you did. Wasn't really sure how I'd get out of that one. Of course, they never would have caught me in the first place if that invisibility potion I thought hadn't been watered down. If I ever see that merchant again. Well, I was actually trying to pass the fortified, make my way farther south. Well, I thought that potion I got enough. You see, once the local garrison sees me, they kind of want to throw me in a cell or attack me on sight. Of course, the potion wears off right as I cross paths with those thugs from Fort Rock. They were looking for easy bounties, and I showed up right on time. It's been that way ever since the Fort Commander posted bounties on bandits. Some of his soldiers have been hunting down anyone they find on the road and claiming they're bandits. It's just banditry of a different sort. They rob the travelers, and they get the bounty too. The roads are even less safe now than they were before. You think I could join you? Just for now. I won't get in the way, I promise. It's just that I don't know how long I can survive on my own. And, well, I do owe you one.
Can't say I trust her. Tieflings will stab you in the back and run off with your purse the moment you drop your card.
Yeah, well, dwarves are squat, smelly drunks who'll chop someone in half just to show they're tough.
Oh, is that so? Then why don't you step down here and say that again? Leave her here. She'll be food for the other beasts on the road soon enough.
Thanks. I won't let you down, I swear. I think those Fort Lock thugs have my gear locked away here.
Some free after all. Wood that stone this can be ended quickly if you like. Cinch your neck. You can smuggle through the teeth. All military directions. No, blood must flow. I swore my oath in blood, and blood is older and stronger than words. You do not know what's wrong, not then. better that she's never heard. Now you have spoken enough. This world is free from you. You will die. No more. Tonight, you will leave cabin rooms, and there you will stay. Yours, truly asked for.
This is the same as what happened to the Baron when you consumed the spirit wolf.
What is that? It felt like a backlash, a whip across my mind.
Stop this attack. Whatever you're doing, you're feeding on his spirit, siphoning it.
The presence of sin, weakness, emptiness, hunger, forgetting, anxiety.
Did you just ready an attack? I felt my hunger. Felt the ripple of the spirit. You changed. Keeps.
You stirred me. Once before, the spirit you stirred mine. I remember when they were golden eyes. The man was standing over me in triumph, and the hunger withheld in mercy. Because that is what you are. You would walk up my barrel. I didn't know that you would fight what you are. This was over. So the spirit didn't spare my life. Long ago, it took me in his curse. Symbol must have faded. The curse over my shame. Now, I swear to say to you, memories fail me, little friend. I was alive in those days. It was like asking the river to remove the snow that gave birth. I remember my bones and scent of your hunger. These were strong in my mind. I laid down my barrel to die. And I know I paid a price for them and spared my life. And I didn't share my grief. I do not remember what it was. That I do not know. Not a matter of remembering. Knowing that Julia was dead, the power of the king to do that for a spirit there, the one who spared my life. When traveling on the mountains of a safe time,
If you're sure, I'll find my way back to the Vale and wait for you there.
good, but you end this curse, flesh and fur together. Until my vows kept, these beasts will have no king, no one worthy of me. Let them go back to my earth and dream.
All King Bear gains to travel with us? We are honored indeed. I am here, but one will let you go. Pleasant time.
Do not make the rest every during our health and song.
Now, King Bear, let us show respect for our cursed and strapping beautiful ally. She is a spirited young animal. scale events of power. For spirit leaders must feel but we can discuss elsewhere, preferably with someone knowledgeable than us. The witches, perhaps. And the peasants gathering in the cave may have seen the spirit leaders awakening, which means that a wave of superstition spread fear is not far behind.
At the heart of the Tyrannid Hive lies the reclamation pool. We must have a sample of this purified essence. With it, we may revive Captain Thor. With it, we may develop weapons against the Hive in itself.
What have you done? This unnatural monstrosity. It should not be.
An undead construct response? This is like nothing I have ever seen.
Is this the being you were speaking to before? Is that something of a nightmare?
The thing has vanished.
The alien witch escaped! She laughs at us while our worlds die!
Commander, I share your sergeant's frustration, but I have far greater news. I have finally obtained the master control codes for Angel Forge and have transmitted them to your ship and to Captain Angelo's fleet. I fear it may be too late to do you any good, however. Another Tyranid swarm is gliding into the Forge area. Massive defensive walls guard the approach to the Forge, but the Imperial Guard forces stationed there are being overrun.
Your delaying and politicking has doomed us all, Rosa.
If so, I'm sure my end will be suitably horrific, Sergeant. I only wish I could say the same of Governor Vandis.
What do you mean?
I made no excuses for my mistakes, but I have been fighting to get those codes for you for days. The governor simply ordered me to continue delaying you, and then stopped answering me altogether. When I finally dealt with the House of Vandis soldiers guarding his residence, I found he had left the Meridian system for some private retreat 3 sectors away. I did find the codes for Angel Forge, however.
You took a real risk in this fair. They can hang you for treason if the governor returns.
Governor Vandis turned tail and left the entire sector to die. Your commander is here, fighting to save it. If anything, I was far too slow to see where my loyalties belonged.
I think she missed her calling. She should have been a sister of battle.
Nothing I did more than turn your customer. I'm sorry, they're closed. Oh, you're back. I will do it, sir.
Hello, Benjamin.
Well,
It's me. Jax.
Well done, Commander. Bone Smasher's death leaves the Orc warband broken and in disarray. You originally came to Aurelia to defeat the Orc invasion, Commander, and now you have done so. Angelo's not.
I will remember this day when the end comes.
the end. You are more than one Cyrus.
We are the Emperor's angels of death, that is. Do you think death will overlook us?
I suppose not. But why focus on the possibility of death? Today is a day of victory.
That's the point. Your death is not merely possible, that is. It is a certainty. Maybe in this war, maybe in another. One day you will die. On that day, the elation of victory will be very far away. So save some of that victorious cheer. Store it away, so you may come on when that day comes.
Jermaine? You with us?
Answer me. You look so beautiful. Do you okay with you? I think so.
But there's only one way to know for sure.
Congratulations on your victory, Commander. You're now a step closer to obtaining the biotoxin sample we need. Angelo's not.
This cut is deep. Eddie Deeper who had lost an eye. Captain Fool.
How did Captain Fool lose his eye? He would never answer when we asked him.
Modestly of his course. He lost it on purpose when he destroyed the Necron War. The blow should have killed him. Sheer stubbornness was the only thing that could explain how he survived. He never did take credit for destroying the Necron War. He always attributed it to Nicholas. But those of us close to the fight saw that Nicholas had already gotten down the wounds.
Captain Fool liked to see his men succeed. I think that's what he learned most about command.
Planet Typhon orbits a star on the outer edge of Sunset Aurelia. Its lush jungle canopy shrouded in mystery. Among this beauty lie the key to our salvation. They're the roots of our destruction.
I'm sure you have. Please, and come back again.
Very tempting, sir. But it's impossible. Tolkien would be frantic if he found us were missing. These hero originals.
Originals?
Yes, sir, he doesn't make copies.
Originals.
These are first and only facts music. They show no corrections of any kind. Like what? It's simply written down using a familiar sketch in his head. Page after page of it. As if you were just taking dictation. And music. There's just no music is now finished. Please let me know. And I'll be this. This one phrase. Structure wrong. It was clear to me that some had heard in the Archbishop's palace had been no accident. Here again was the very voice of God. I was staring through the cage at those ridiculous big strokes.
Questionnaire, did the Confederation then step up its program of helping planet Earth sometime later in this last major cycle? It seems that they did from the previous data, especially with the Industrial Revolution. Can you tell me the attitudes and reasonings behind this step up? Is there any reason other than that they just wanted to produce more leisure time in the last, say, 100 years of the cycle? Is this the total reason? Well, I am wrong. This is not the total reason. Approximately 200 of your years in the past, as you measured time, there began to be a significant amount of entities who by seniority were incarnating for learn, teaching purposes rather than for the lesser the learn, teaching to those less aware of the process. This was our signal to enable communication to take place. The wanderers which came among you began to make themselves felt at approximately this time, firstly offering ideas or thoughts containing the distortion of free will. This was the prerequisite for further wanderers which had information of a more specific nature to offer. The thought must precede the action.
Lovers. This is everything to me. Perfect love for me to be called. You know, that's not until that's me love really. Found every defense. And its own mirrors. I think it's what it's being. Deep my whole life. It's almost space. It's feeling so profound. It's hurt. It's the only moment in that other past life that we don't want to hear us. I came to say,
Thomas, you fought the Necrons on Clovis, did you not? Yes, Amatus and I both did. How do they compare to the Tyranids? Necrons are far deadlier opponents on the battlefield. Their weaponry is like nothing I have ever seen. But I think the Tyranids pose a much greater threat to the Imperium. Necrons have been known to wipe out individual systems, but I have never seen them wipe out multiple sectors like the Hive Fleet here at Mason.
It is worse than that, Tuckus. The Tyranids come from beyond the galaxy's edge. We have no way of knowing how many more Hive Fleets may be on their way.
Grazie.
Vaikka haluan nauttia herkuista, väsyys on aina uhkana. Gandhi, edit, comment 0, share. Here's a castle on a cloud. I like to go there in my sleep. Aren't any floors for me to sweep? not in my castle on a cloud. Cosette in me miserable, castle on a cloud. Nadine, cherub archangel of dreams, has never been quite what she was before she lost Beth to the war. Always subtle and rarely much of a collaborator, she nonetheless in her masterfully quiet way made huge strides for heaven. Even the most miserable and downtrodden have from time to time had a little moment of hope at ease in their sleep, largely thanks to the work of Blandine and her servants. Yet with the loss of Beth, she has grown more and more distant, and her brilliant apprehension is applied less and less earnestly. A lot of angels point to this as the start of heaven's decline. Were she to fall, it might mean the total loss of the ethereal plane in the end for heaven. For now, there is she continues to do her work, and she even has been known to really smile from time to time. The angels of hope called Menui to form a minor choir that mostly serves Blandine. Dreams. Most literally, Blandine's word refers to dreams and dreamers and the ethereal plane. Extending from that, it includes hope and optimism, as well as fantasy. Relations with other superiors. Blandine tries to see. Other than that, she generally isolates herself from the rest of the Seraphim Council. She doesn't even show up in person to vote. She sends a servitor to formally represent her and through that agent allocates her vote to Eve. Avengula. Wherever there are people, Blandine's agents have work to do. Starting a business or struggling to get one off the ground invites a lot of stress that Blandine's servants can ameliorate. Blandine, Archangel of Dreams, belonging to the House of Prudence. Philosophy. The world is a dream, nothing more. Some dreams are more solid than others. Blandine's servants are charged with protecting the dreamers and helping them battle their fears. The minions of the princess and nightmares are dire enemies of Blandine's servants. Dissonance. One angel of Blandine cannot attain his celestial form in the mundane world and may only use celestial songs while in the marches. Doing otherwise generates dissonance. Also, most of Blandine's angels have been assigned specific dreamers to watch over. If you know your charge is in danger, you must be warned in his next dream or you'll suffer dissonance until either the dreamer has been adequately warned or the dangerous situation otherwise resolves itself. As humans, the servants of Blandine have the ability to enter the marches through the mind of a human dreamer. It requires the angel to be asleep and make a successful perception roll. You have to have seen the person before, but they can be anywhere in the world, plus two if you're physically touching. The subject must also be asleep and in Blandine's realm. The check digit of the roll is the number of minutes you may stay in the subject's dream. Seraphim. Blandine's seraphim can spot visitors to a dream world. They stick out like non-union actors in a Hollywood production. These servants are most often used to root out intruders in a protected dreamscape. Cherubim working for Blandine think they've found the perfect job. I just have to watch people and obsess on protecting them in the realm of the body and the realm of the mind. Cool. Upon falling asleep, they can automatically enter the dreamscape of a person they're attuned to. That subject must be asleep as well, of course. A Phantom. A Phantom feel at home in the marches, moving at lightning speed through the ethereal reality of a human's mind. They can stay in a dreamscape for a number of minutes equal to the check digit of their successful perception roll times the number of ethereal forces they have. Hello, him. In the marches, the natural resonance of Blandine's allogan for emotion is constantly active, as though the check digit of the successful resonance roll had been equal to the angel's ethereal forces. Malcolm. Blandine's Malcolm are not noticed in the marches unless they want to be. anyone's perception role to notice one of these malachim is modified negatively by the angels' ethereal forces. Kyrietates. While asleep, a kyriatate may be in more than one part of the marches at a time. His consciousness may simultaneously extend to a number of dreamscapes equal to his ethereal forces. Mercurians. Glandians and Mercurians can use dreamers as conduits, moving from one person's dreamscape into another's without needing to roll, but only if the two people are emotionally close to each other at GM's discretion, and currently on the same side of the marches, either Glandians or prelates. Manner and appearance. Glandine is a cherub and something of a loner archangel. As such, she likes to stay out of the plans of the others. Her divinity is high enough that she doesn't care too much about the interpersonal politics that goes on between various archangel cliques. Even beyond that, she has her own reasons for shying away from the pubic view.
Public.
Just because she's removed herself from the plannings of others doesn't mean she's not doing anything. Well, Gabriel, the archangel who's had the most influence on mankind, it's generally agreed that Glandine has done the most measurable good. She credits her success on carrying out her orders, help the human race achieve its goals, its dreams, with as little interference as possible. Glandine doesn't have much respect for shows of strength or requires any martial art, but she does have a proper respect for strategy and an eye for developing useful tactics. Unlike most other archangels, she doesn't have her own domain in the heavens. She has made her home the marches, where the minds of all humans go when they sleep. Glandine and Bella, CP. Were lovers before the fall. When she fell, Bella claimed half of the marches for herself. Though they have not seen each other since the fall, Archangel Glandine and Demon Princess Bella live in nearly identical towers on opposite ends of the Dreamlands, where they pace and brood for days upon end, staring at the dots of the other's tower on the horizon. For a more detailed description of the Dreamlands, CP. Glandine does not enjoy working in a direct manner with her subjects, even her favoured servants. Instead, she'll have one of her many retainers instruct her angels concerning their duties. She chooses to work several layers behind the real action, visiting key people in their dreams and trying to help them work through their problems. At times, she has used her substantial power of dreams to subdue much as summertime thoughts of entire cities, calming people in a time of panic or creating an air of discomfort when necessary. When she does manifest, Glandine prefers to appear as a woman in her mid-20s. Her hair is black and she wears grey, heavily embroidered clothing. When she does manifest, Glandine prefers to appear as a woman in her mid-20s. Her hair is black and she wears grey, heavily embroidered clothing. Relations. At one time, Glandine's servants did not get along with Gabriel's and Michael's. The Archangel of Dreams considered the Archangels of War and Fire to be too careless in their actions, with Michael in particular ill deserving of a place in the House of Prudence. She still warns her subjects to be careful around servants of Archangel Gabriel, but has ordered that under no condition are they to hinder the efforts of their servants. Glandine herself never bothers leaving the heavens for matters of merely political concern. One of her tiny cherubic angels of hope, the Menuni, traditionally carried her sigil to the meetings of the Seraphim Council, where her vote is placed at the discretion of Michael. Missions. Reach the morning light. Glandine's servants are early combat monsters. Like their mistress, they prefer subtle background manipulations to any more forceful methods and seldom involve themselves in outright violence. Every evening is an adventure for the servants of the Naveen, forced to show caution during the day so they may expend their essence through the night in a world far from Earth. After a long night of walking the marches, it can be only a few hours of nursing an empty reservoir before the morning and its rush of rejuvenating essence. Right. Spend 4 hours asleep without visiting Belik's realm. Spend 8 hours successfully protecting a sleeper from active forces of danger. Chance of invocation 1. Invocation modifiers. A book of fairy tales +1. A sleeping potion +2.
Some books of fairy tales. Sleeping potion.
A sleeping potion +2. A handwritten collection of lullabies +3.
Handwritten collection of lullabies.
A bed in which a demon has slept +4. One person dreaming peacefully on a train +5. 100 people in the same room dreaming without nightmares +6.
Step in the right direction. There's a crystal within you, some kind of, it's physical, but it's another dimension of physicality. It's kind of a broken piece. I can see it. It's a very jagged edge on this crystal. It's a clear quartz crystal. Has some striations to it. Few inches long. Kind of quartz. Some lines on it. It's got a jagged edge. So this crystal within you may need to be smooth or find the parts that are maybe missing that broke off or something, that left a jagged core or something behind.
The curse is finished. The betrayer's suffering has come to an end. You have restored his soul, done what gods thought beyond their power. Akachi has gone to his judgment, to the fate that should have been his had Mirko not intervened. Not to lie within the wall, but to find rest amongst the false souls of old. His torment is ended, and as for Mirko, the dark god's soul will fade and pass into oblivion as he deserves. She knew from the beginning that her lover was lost to her. Even if she saved him, where Akachi has gone, the founder cannot follow. Upon her death, the founder's soul passes to Sophia, as will her knowledge. Through the innocence of her daughter's soul, she will find redemption for the woman she once was ceased to be. Her tale is nearly finished, but yours is not. The chaos you sowed in my city will win you few friends amongst the gods. Deities of order will cast their eyes upon you as a symbol of all we oppose. For my part, I will pass no judgment upon you. I see in your crusade the hand of a dead god, and the desperation of a forsaken soul trying to save the one she loved. And the good you have done redeems much. Above all else, your struggle has won you freedom from the shard in your chest and from the rattling presence in your soul. How you spend your newfound coin and whom you spend it with, it is yours to decide.
Well, the energy right now is like being in an airplane. It's just very steady, very smooth and moving. It's telling me that you're actually gliding pretty well. There's no real turbulence. You're in a very peaceful, smooth place right now. This is what it feels like. You have a good aura. It's like the sun in a way, shining out, and it keeps away a lot of troubles that I'm seeing. At least right now, this moment, the way I'm reading it is, it's a very peaceful inside. Like you've come to terms with something, and you're like, maybe I could chill right now and enjoy this. Just glide with it.
My love, you were given a burden that you did not deserve. I hope that my company helped to ease your suffering. I can hear the founder's thoughts echo quietly in my mind. She is finally at peace. I cannot thank you enough for what you've done. At first, I was bound to you by the link between the founder and Akachi, but that's gone now, replaced with something stronger. For the first time in my life, there is no drive from within directing my wants. My feelings for you are all my own. We have countless adventures ahead of us. So many faraway lands and planes of existence to see. Where shall we go next, my love?
What your God said about newfound coin. I have several ideas on how best to spend it. Spiritual currency, you see, comes with many advantages. There are sacred glades of Rashomon where ones who have accomplished what we have done may be indulged in the spirit world. Honored, as it were, celebrated most assuredly.
I'm getting the words like you're in the astral, you're saying, I gotta tell them this, but you feel some pressure to tell people things, but it may not be the right time to bring it out yet. Enjoy the peace that you're given for the moment, rest. And maybe wipe the tea because it's a recreational thing. It encourages the act of just sitting back and enjoying yourself for the moment, no pressure.
In time, the gods themselves rose against you, assembling a great host and cornering you in the plain of shadow. I was not part of that host, but I know that the gods were fewer in number when the battle was done. Of you, Spirit Eater, there was no sign. Some of the gods claimed victory and returned triumphant to their thrones. But most agreed that you had escaped their wrath, passing beyond the boundaries of their sight to worlds where the gods do not hold sway. Whether you will remain in distant worlds and forge an empire of your own,
On the momentous day that shall be honored with the time everlasting, our glorious empire at last heralded the coronation,
or return into the realms to seek a darker legacy still. That story is yet to be told.
This is really neat. There's a bliss to it. It's a bliss that doesn't call you any higher. You don't have the impetus to want to advance yourself right now. You just want to enjoy where you're at.
no pressure to have to reach out to others and do things for others. It's your time to give to yourself. It's very warm. Your field is very hot. Or it could be your guys, but they're very close and they're very hot. If your guys get too close, you may want to ask them to back off a little bit because they're positively burning.
You sure you did the ritual right?
Who are you? I'm the one who ripped you tiny brains to come on the show. Yeah. Thanks for that. We need to talk to you. Hello.
I, Mr. Putin, this is good enough talking to the microphone. Or Mr. Guy in Moscow.
Your friends are alive. Who are you? STO. Don't speak that much. I mean, what are you? I'm an Indian lord.
They showed me this funny thing of building a hammock in your apartment. Chilling in a hammock in your apartment. Maybe get some palm trees or something. Have a staycation.
Hammock music. It's all in the hammock district.
Say the boy can wait. Don't be in a rush to get there. Enjoy the drink.
In Russia, the town of Milsontier was reduced to a broken, soulless waste. The surrounding lands were drained of spirits and fell, blackened and dead. Of all who had lived in Milsontier, Only a tiny company of actors walked alive from the carnage. But their bodies were soulless husks, endlessly hissing or crazes with dry, rasping tongues. In the astral plane, you devoured countless cities of the Githyanki race. Sparing only their children, which you delivered in chains to the feasting chambers of their mortal enemies, the Mind Flayers. Some tales allege that you hunted down those of your companions who had betrayed you in the past, even those who were already dead. You dragged them into the plains where they had gone to their rest, and gorged upon their souls. Your loyal pet, one of many, remained always at your side. You would occasionally permit your monster to feed.
4.20 questionnaire. Then, with respect to the green, blue, and indigo transfers of energy, how would the mechanism for these transfers differ in making them possible or setting the groundwork for them than the orange ray? I know this is very difficult to ask and I may not be making any sense, but what I am trying to do is get to an understanding of the foundation, the transfers in each of the rays and the preparations for the transfers, you might say. All the fundamental requirements and biases and potentials for these transfers. Could you expand on that for me, please? I am sorry for the poor question. Ral, I am Ral. We will take a moment to state in reply to a previous comment that we shall answer each query whether or not it has been previously covered. For not to do so would be to baffle the flow of quite another transfer of energy. To respond to your query, we firstly wish to agree with your supposition that the subject you now query upon is a large one, for it implies an entire system of opening the gateway to intelligent infinity. You may see that some information is necessarily shrouded in mystery by our desire to preserve the free will of the adept. The great key to blue, indigo, and finally, that great capital of the column of sexual energy transfer, violet energy transfers, is the metaphysical bond or distinction which has the name among your peoples of unconditional love. In the blue ray energy transfer, the quality of this love is refined in the fire of honest communication and clarity. This, shall we say, normally, meaning in general, takes a substantial portion of your space-time to accomplish, although there are instances of mating so well refined in previous incarnations and so well remembered that the blue ray may be penetrated at once. This energy transfer is of great benefit to the seeker in that all communication from this seeker is thereby refined in the eyes of honesty and clarity upon a new world. Such is the nature of blue ray energy, and such is one mechanism of potentiating and crystallizing it. As we approach indigo ray transfer, we find ourselves in a shadow and where we cannot give you information straight out or plain, for this is seen by us to be an infringement. We cannot speak at all of violet ray transfer as we do not, again, desire to break the law of confusion. We may say that these jewels, though dearly bought for beyond price for the seeker, and might suggest that just as each awareness is arrived at through a process of analysis, synthesis, and inspiration, so should the seeker approach its mate and evaluate each experience, seeking the jewels.
If the knowledge of particular forms or beings,
And that enemy voice will join the enemy and become your slave.
They say you came here to as a paradox to give to others and give to yourself at the same time. It's kind of a paradox. I sense that you like paradoxes for some reason. I see the shape of a heart. It's like a cave. You're inside the cave looking out into the sky and stuff, and the cave, yeah, the mouth of the cave is a heart shape. As we look into nature, you have a good starting point. Are you going to journey out after you relax, after you refresh, and come to terms with what you want to do next? Or you can step out into the wide open and explore. Maybe get lost. Maybe you can find yourself by getting lost. Your guide is offering to hold your hand, but I sense that you don't want your hand held. You want to kind of do this yourself. The guides would like to help more.
There's no such thing. This is your problem. You have no faith. So much more. Burned up that coal in his eyes. I wonder if it's fire. It can be overwhelmed with feelings. So glad your voice. You get to the shoes. How did you talking? How did you sound good on? Was noticing. Certain people, especially people, never seen my traits. I thought you would be one of them. I was wrong. And what this is really only task is business. Okay. You resisting so poor bastard? Come out and you want to rescue me from hell. Thanks to my experience. I think he was saying, what do you do? He has gone commanded.
You're fairly independent. You're very smart. You are you're brilliant in a lot of ways, and you've definitely gone this far doing a lot of it yourself. Trusting in others is a good practice. You are discerning of how you approach reaching out to others, even your guides you don't seem to fully trust. And it's your choice to take this advice or leave it. We can only reach out to you as far as we can and meet you at a level that is right for you. You may have an animal that follows you on your journey. When you journey out into the world, maybe getting lost, you will have this animal. It looks yellowish, kind of dog, but not really. And he'll follow you. He's more curious. He's kind of wary. He follows you at a medium distance, kind of close enough to. He's not scared of you. He's more curious. I think what you're doing is teaching the second density. He's a second density animal. You have an interest in teaching the second density, maybe how they can evolve.
Hey everybody, this is David Barnyard Keys. We're going to come back and everything's looking really good. I made sure everything was topped off and that before we left. Everything's looking good. The bees look like they're really increasing good. A lot of flights. Everything looks really, really good.
They say as you explore the yonder, the great blue yonder, you have much to learn, and if you don't really learn, you're going to find yourself at the beginning again. And it's going to repeat. You'll find yourself at the beginning, and it's around 2. Try to not have technology in your journey of the nature and stuff in your mind, in your journey. Try to minimize the use of technology because it puts off vibrations and energy resonances that can kind of mingle with your spiritual core vibration of who you truly are. And it says you don't really care so much about being pure, being like your pure vibration. You want a little distortion. You love being frazzled or a little different than your true core vibration. You want to be, you're a little rebellious in that way, and that's good. The guys really like that. They love your ambition to be unique, one day you will find your core, but it can wait. I don't see the void as being your core vibration. The void is a nullifier. It takes balls to go there, really. But you'll get bored of emptiness after several eternities go by. You'll get bored. I mean, we are creatures of change. We like to see differences in what happens. And it's just very nice. It feels like the sun of a different planet. It's more nourishing than our sun. It's more life affirming than our sun is. I don't know where the universe does this.
Fascinating. False charge where angels fear to tread. I hope that answered some questions on the nature of the alien. Good day. So, good day.